is. Parrish is currently enrolled in the W.P. Carey School of Business in Arizona State University. She anticipates graduating with a master's degree in May 2021. She will also return to her work in the Arizona State Treasurer's Office. And this is some of the recognitions that we went through. On behalf of the Navajo Nation, we honor and thank Miss Navajo Nation Parrish and her family and everyone who provided support and encouragement during her reign. So speaking to our past president, or past Miss Navajo Nation, we wish her the very best in her continued success and pursue the next milestones in her educational endeavors. And you can see what Miss Navajo Nation is stepping out to do in her her term as Navajo Nation. All the items that you went through to compete for. I've been to a little bit of the competitions in the past, and they're not only very intense, but there are many hours that are spent in doing this, and it is quite an honor. And so, Miss Navajo Nation, could you tell us about yourself, though? And,
everyone who is watching, Chair Matt Damon, Vice Chair Lena Fowler, and the Coconino County Board of Supervisors, and also our distinguished guests here. I would like to go ahead and introduce myself in my Navajo language, and then also I'll proceed in the English language just to be courteous of our other supervisors on the line who are not Dene. And so, Niagara Rockbridge and Shia. Kia ani nishne ashka hatzo bashish chain na kidin edasha chay to hana dashanale. She na kidamisa ba anadin sa I hahaki do na kidamisa ba anadin na ki hahaki the nabaj a kenshle. Talana telagi aha was yeden on chishike a condebek it ba a hodzan a ade on na shalto ad eshnale kedahate. Nadin na ke e shanache. Shmadosh je a debra dogeri rockbridge one ye. It's like J18 Kakoshna, Shehulon dot Atla Atila Shehula. I got out a kid national, but Oyananat Eniki the Deshni, though I had quite a thing to go quite a shaho agi bashes for Jean Doba Aginson, she says in the Achi Aya Kodo Abelaganak Etchigo Hadest. Hello, good morning, everyone. Our distinguished Coconino County Board of Supervisors, Chair and Vice Chair. It's a great honor to be before you today as Miss Navajo Nation 2021-2022. As previously discussed here by Chairman Matt Ryan, it's important to realize that Miss Navajo Nation is a goodwill ambassador for the Navajo Nation. And oftentimes as royalty, we are looked at as princesses and those who smile, wave, and take pictures. But it's important to remember that as Miss Navajo, we are an ambassador. Our role is directly involved within the three-branch government. We are under the executive branch of the Navajo Nation government, meaning we work directly with all three branch chiefs to get the work and advocate for our people, much like how you advocate for our people in the 16 Navajo communities that Miss Judy Begay and then also Vice Chair Lena Fowler do, and then the rest of you as well. And so as you heard Chair Matt Ryan talking about the competition, we did compete in multiple categories, and it was a week-long competition. So it wasn't only a couple of days, it was actually quite a week-long competition that was very stressful, but it was also very exciting because the two individuals who I had competed against, they were also very knowledgeable and intellectual women who had their own teachings and their own respective rights. And so it was an honor to compete with them. And it didn't feel like a competition. It was more of a sisterhood that we gained, and we formed more connections across the United States, even outside of the United States and within our nation as well. And so I think one thing I would like to let you know is what my platform is as Miss Navajo Nation. So as Miss Navajo Nation, each Miss Navajo Nation has a platform that they would like to address or bring forth to their work as Miss Navajo Nation. And so for me, I decided to choose a platform that was broad, and I intentionally chose this platform that I'll be talking about here shortly because I felt as though there were many issues on the Navajo Nation that needed to be addressed. And in order to do my job to the best of my abilities, I felt that I should not limit myself to what I should address and advocate for, but to expand my horizons so that I can help as many of my people on and off the reservation. And so my platform is to preserve our genetic way of life through utilizing the concept of family unity in hopes to harmonize our home, communities, and nation. And so with this platform, I felt it was very important because during this pandemic, we have been shook to our general core of who we are. We have lost and faced many tragedies within our communities, our families, our state, within the United States. And so I felt it was important, although to remember those who we have lost, but to also remember what they have left us with, which is our strength, our values, our heritage, our culture, and our language. And that is what we can use to continue to keep moving forward and strengthen us, whether we are Indigenous, whether we are of a different heritage. We can always go back on the values and the teachings that we uphold individually and that were given to us by our people, maybe who have passed and even the ones that are still with us today. And so I felt it was very important to reflect back on that and reharmonize our homes, our communities, our nation, our state, even the county again, because right now I feel like that is something that we really do need to do and focus on. And so I just like to thank the Coconino County Board of Supervisors for allowing me this time to address you. Also, a very special thanks to Vice Chair Lena Fowler and Judy Begay for doing the work that they do for our people and voicing their voice and having a seat at the table for our people, especially in a very special elected position such as Board of County Supervisors. And so I would also like to acknowledge and celebrate that it is Hispanic Heritage Month as well, and to acknowledge our brothers and sisters of Indigenous country and how much they impact us on a daily life and level as well. And so I just like to give thanks to every single one of you that are here today. And that will be it. And I hope to see you all soon again and to speak with you soon and hopefully work together and partner in the future.
Well, we certainly appreciate you coming and telling us your platform. And actually, you're well spoken. You're representing your heritage, your community quite well. We wish you very well with that. And just a note, in our own mission statement, part of the mission statement talks about how we're a land of many cultures and how we celebrate all of our cultures. And you bring this up to the top of our mind. And we certainly appreciate all that you're going to do and that you're there on behalf of everybody. You have a much broader area than we have to cover, though, geographically and people-wise. So we wish you well. I see Supervisor Horstman would like to make a comment. Go ahead, Teresa.
Yes, just real briefly. I know we have a packed agenda, but I just have to congratulate you, Miss Navajo Nation, and you and your family on the hard work that it took to get where you are. And I think you're going to make a tremendous ambassador, not only for the Navajo Nation, but quite frankly, for all young people. So thank you so much for your service. Thank you so much for your caring and for caring for your community. You are an excellent role model. And thanks for being with us this morning.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that. I mean, congratulations. Thank you for being a great ambassador for your peoples. It was a very impressive presentation of your platform, and I look forward to seeing it come to fruition in this year during your time. And any way we can help support your efforts, please let us know. We're really proud of all the hard work you and your family put in, and look forward to seeing you blossom as the Miss Navajo Nation. So congratulations. Adios.
All right. Well, thank you again. And Vice Chair, looks like you were, go ahead.
I want to thank you again, Ms. Navajo. Being Miss Navajo and running for Miss Navajo, you have to withdraw from school, withdraw and move from your home to Window Rock. And now you belong to the people. You're no longer working for yourself. Your dedication for the whole year is for all people, not just Navajo. So what a great dedication. You have to have strength to be able to do that. And I just want to thank you for your dedication, your commitment to your people and all people across the country for putting yourself in this position. It is, it's just amazing to me that someone is willing to do that, and you're doing that for us. So thank you so much. And thank you for coming today and being with us. We're here to help you in any way that we can. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, any other comments? If not, I'll go ahead and thank you again, and we wish you well, Miss Navajo Nation, Rockbridge. And next up, we have item number 2. And item number 2 is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating October 2021 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Coconino County. And we have our new Public Affairs Director, Trey Williams, to read the proclamation and introduce the topic. And I know we have some guests here as well. So Trey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Once again, my name is Trey Williams, Public Affairs Director for Coconino County. I'm honored to be with you today to introduce the proclamation proclaiming October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Coconino County. This month offers us an opportunity to recognize and support our survivors and victims of domestic violence in our community. Some of you may be asking, what we mean when we say domestic violence and domestic violence awareness. And I just wanted to provide some more information before we get into the proclamation. Domestic violence is more than a black eye. It does not only include physical violence. It is defined as a pattern of abusive or coercive behavior used to gain and maintain power and control over another person. As you all are aware, as a board, Coconino County works as an organization to provide support and recognition to victims and survivors of domestic violence in our community. We also have with us here today staff from the Victim Witness Services Division. And we also have with us Heather Marcy, who is the Deputy Director of the Northland Family Help Center. She will read the proclamation proclaiming October 2021 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Just a little bit more information on Northland Family Help Center. They are an organization that offers shelter, services, and other care for individuals and families of all genders experiencing domestic violence in our community. They recently celebrated 40 years of service to the community in 2018. Before I turn it over to Heather, I just want to recognize and honor the survivors and victims of domestic violence in our community and let you know that this proclamation is meant to show that your community supports you and you are not alone. If you or someone you know is experiencing domestic violence, you can call 1-877-634-2723 or a local number 928-527-1900. Once again, that's 1-877-634-2723 or for a local number 928-527-1900. You can also visit thehotline.org. Once again, that's thehotline.org for more resources such as chat or text. I'll now turn it over to Heather Marcy to read and introduce the proclamation. Heather?
Thank you, Trey. Good morning, all. Happy Navajo New Year. And congratulations to Miss Navajo Nation. What an honor to meet her today with you all. And it's an honor to be with you all as well. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, board and staff. I am going to be reading the proclamation designating October 2021 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month for Coconino County for your consideration. Whereas domestic violence is a pattern of abusive behavior in intimate relationships used by one partner to exert power and gain control over the other. And whereas domestic violence can involve physical, sexual, emotional, economic, or psychological threats or action. And whereas we have not forgotten the victims of domestic violence in the state of Arizona, including the 102 fatalities in 2020 and the 59 fatalities thus far in 2021. And whereas anyone can be a victim of domestic violence, regardless of age, gender, economic status, race, religion, sexual orientation, or education. And whereas nationwide, 1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men will experience domestic violence in their lifetime, and 24 people in the United States are victims of intimate partner violence every minute. And whereas 15.5 million children in the US are exposed to domestic violence every year, which is a significant negative factor in a child's development. And whereas awareness of the problem is necessary to work together to prevent domestic violence, respond to needs of victims, speak out, and help ensure that offenders are held accountable. Now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim October 2021 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and urge citizens to get involved to support our local nonprofit organizations serving survivors of domestic violence and encourage healthy relationships to help end domestic violence. Thank you.
There you go, I had it on mute. I need a motion for a board member to approve. Supervisor Bush.
It is my honor that we approve the Domestic Violence Awareness Month proclamation and declare October Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Coconino County.
All right, I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. I know helped in the creation of Northland Family Health Center once upon a time. I need a second.
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Judy Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
And then before I go to the board, I think it'd be more appropriate to go to Heather and Jennifer and see if they wish to make additional comments here. Heather?
Thank you, Chair. I also want to thank Lindsay Daly and Trey Williams for ensuring that this made it onto the agenda. You know, it's incredibly important for victims and survivors to have representation at all tables. And myself and my colleagues, Jen is here from Victim Witness. We also have folks from NACASA and Sharon Manor joining us today as well. We appreciate your willingness to provide this space. You have for many years. It's a great honor to come see you annually. I can tell you that we've been, very busy as some of your core nonprofit victim service providers. The majority of us serve domestic violence victim survivors as the main population that we're serving. What we've seen over the course of the pandemic since last year is that domestic violence is up across the state. I don't know if Sheriff Driscoll is here. If he is, I'm sure he could speak to that a bit better in terms of what's happening in the county. And if not, maybe at a future meeting, you can check in with him about that. We're seeing more severe abuse. We are seeing more co-occurring issues, and we're seeing more suicidality. So, people being stuck in abusive homes, right? This is what's coming out as a product of that. And so we are serving a population that's gone through, just trauma after trauma at this point. And we're so grateful that we're able to provide the service and that we're there for folks. And we're going to continue to keep doing that work to help folks transition to lives of safety. We do have some events coming up as well. I have shared those with Trey. So a combination of educational and awareness events. And one thing I want to just point out about those is that NAU lit Tri-Dome purple for the month of October. So if you haven't seen that, that's pretty cool. And I don't think that's happened before. And again, I thank you all for your support, and I will hand it over to Jen.
All right. Thank you, Heather. Jennifer?
Great. Thanks, Heather. Thank you all for having us. We appreciate your attention to this topic. I reiterate what Heather said in regards to the numbers going up over this last year and the different issues we're facing. But I think that Coconino County should be proud. You know, these organizations have been around for decades. Heather said that they've been around for over 40 years. We've been here for over 35. And it's because of the environment that the county provides to be able to foster and protect these nonprofits through up and down cycles. I know the county and the city of Flagstaff financially support both of our nonprofits and have for many, many years. And so we thoroughly appreciate your attention to this problem within our community. So I won't keep you long. I know you have a very long agenda, so I'll let you go, but thank you so much for your attention, and we appreciate working with all of you.
And actually, we get the thanks from you, but quite frankly, you're on the front lines out there working in a critical area that's so important. And a key point, you know, as Trey was pointing out, and as each of you have pointed out, it's providing the access so that people that are in these very challenging circumstances know that they have support out there. They can reach out, and it certainly would be an assurance of confidentiality with them. I see Supervisor Horstman would like to make a comment. Patrice?
Yes, thank you. And thank you so much for bringing this important proclamation forward again to the county. We've been fighting the COVID pandemic, but domestic violence is a pandemic that we have been fighting for generations. It is certainly very important that the county and our partners raise our voices and stand with the victims, women, men, and children who have basically been victims of this worldwide pandemic. Prevention and the need for us to stand for those that have been affected by domestic violence is extremely important. We need to create a culture of no tolerance. It does need to end, and it ends only when we stand in our commitment to have this end. So I appreciate the advocacy of those that have brought this proclamation to us here this morning, and we will continue to fight this fight and eradicate this horrible pandemic. So thank you very much for bringing this to our attention today.
Did I see you waving, Vice Chair Fowler?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Okay.
I just want to thank you all for bringing this to us again this year. It's just, you know, it's such a tough issue. The people that need it the most of the time do not ask for help. They just put up with what they have, and for the sake of keeping their family together a lot of times, and just thinking that they can withstand everything and be able to survive and make sure that somehow their children are safe and be able to, you know, be able to keep their children together. One thing that we don't have in the county, in our rural counties, is we don't have shelters, and that's very much needed. And women are the strength of the family. If women are healthy, if they're healthy and everything is safe in the family, women are the ones that keep the family strong. So it is very important to address domestic violence. It is in our communities, and it's very sad that it's there. But what we do is give a recognition so people can be more aware, and others that may be in that situation to be able to reach out and try to seek help. And that is very difficult to do. It's easy to say, but it's difficult to do. So thank you so much. I really appreciate all your work and all the others that are in that field as well. You got to take care of yourself as community providers. You're in the front line, So that means you need to take greater help of yourself. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Vasquez, Veronica.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for all your hard work in advocating and supporting our community through this difficult issue. These are important services, and as a community, we need to support those most vulnerable in our community. And with the pandemic making it worse, it really stuck out to me about what you're saying about how people can't escape their abusers, and the children are having to deal with it or experience that and are traumatized by that. And so we have a lot of work to do, and we need to continue to support services like the ones that you provide and other organizations in the community to provide that safety net to really help support our kids through these trying times, because this is just collateral damage from the pandemic right now, but this is, as Supervisor Horstman mentioned earlier, this was already a pandemic. It was just made worse by the COVID. And so, again, I just really appreciate your work in bringing this proclamation forward. It's very important. Thank you.
Supervisor Paquette, Judy.
I just want to thank Jennifer and then also Heather for bringing this forward to us for consideration. And I'm totally in support of this initiative. And also, I think a lot of work needs to get done. And, domestic violence is something that someone gaining power over someone, and they start controlling, their partner. And it can be frightening, and then it can also intimidate them, and then also terrorize them, manipulate them, and then also hurt them and blame them and injure them or whatever, and that's not something that we should stand for. And this, anyone that wants to come forward with it, they don't really want to do that because they're afraid of the person that's doing that to them. And it's a pattern of abusive behavior towards other people. It even involves little kids too. So it's not just a family person that are partners or in a relationship. And so I think with a lot of education going in, I think we might be able to curtail some of these things that are happening right now. And I think that's all we can really do at this point in time, until such time that there's we can go out and people coming forward and making sure that they report those, and that the legal process is ready to uphold or take part and to take care of what's going on out there. So that's what I have to say, and I want to thank you again for coming forth with this and for our approval. And again, thank you for all the hard work you all do. And I know it's not only, in Flagstaff, it's everywhere. And so you never know, it might even be your next door neighbor. You don't know that. So thank you very much.
All right. And again, just to reiterate, appreciation definitely for Jennifer and Heather, but we know you have many others behind the scene working together to help support people. And Trey, could you just mention the contact pieces again for the sake of anybody that might see this?
Sure, I can add a number on really quick. Oh, can I, is that okay?
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
Sorry. So we do have 24/7 crisis response. So the number for that is 928-856-7676. So throughout the entire county, it's covered all the way from Page, Grand Canyon, Williams, Tuba. So that is 928-856-7676. We work closely with Heather, so either number will connect to either direction. Thanks. All right.
Wonderful. And please, if you have any, please reach out. All right. Anything else, Trey?
Nothing further from me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you
to
the board, and thank you to Heather and Jennifer.
Yes, for everybody working, really some critical work that you're working on. Next on the agenda, actually, I'm going to go back to call to public. Steve didn't have a chance to recognize, and I'll turn it over to Steve. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, we're going to be inviting Billy Francis to come over as panelist, but as he makes the trek over to panelists, I want to talk a little bit about Cindy Wilson. And so yesterday was Cindy Wilson's last day with Coconino County. Cindy Wilson has been with the Coconino County Workforce Development for a number of years, and most recently was the interim executive director of the Workforce Development Board. And in Cindy's style, you know, she just wanted a quiet exit, and that is truly what Cindy is all about. And so we have, of course, we've got some things, a card for her. And one of the things that Cindy's best known for, in addition to her professional workforce development skills, is gardening. And she has a beautiful floral garden at her home in Timberline. And so we are going to be providing her some resources from Warner's Nursery to create even greater beauty. Yeah, and that's who she is. She's just a beautiful person. She's also been the person that has provided the county's colors training for a number of years. And so for us blue golds, and for you oranges and greens, you know, that's Cindy's work as providing that important resource to us at the county. So, you know, in terms of transitions, organizations transition, and so we're here also, and we're going to be, of course, having more opportunity to visit with Billy Francis, but Billy Francis is on today, and he is the new executive director of the Workforce Development Board. And Billy comes to us from Southern Louisiana, where he's been in the workforce development business and commitment and area for about 15 years. So he's worked in Southern Louisiana, of course, Arkansas as well. He will be joining us physically in a week or so, but he's with us remotely today from his home in Louisiana, and just wanted to give the opportunity, if you could, Mr. Chair, for Billy to just say a few words of hello, but knowing that we'll be having more opportunities to see him in the future. So Mr. Francis, Billy, can you say a few words, please?
Thank you so much, Mr. Peru. Greetings, Chair, Vice Chair, and board members. I am extremely excited to be a part of the Coconino County family. From meeting with Mr. Peru, he should also be excited. I just pronounced Coconino County correctly throughout multiple conversations. Look, we're excited to hit the ground. I've been listening to the past board meetings on YouTube just to kind of get a feeling on the direction that Coconino County has been going. And I want to commend each of you for the steps that you have been taking just to impact those that need to be impacted the most. I'm excited to hit the ground running with my new team. I'm excited to serve the community. I'm excited to serve the employers in the communities. We know that we're in a unique time right now. And it's not just the people of Coconino County that is hurting, but it's the employers of Coconino County that is hurting. I want to know that my family and I will come, and we're going to put our best foot forward, both in the community. We're going to indoctrinate ourselves into the community so that we can be a part of the Coconino family. I do apologize that I cannot show my face, as technology is being my friend this morning. And so I do apologize for that. I would like to say Happy New Year to the Navajo community, and congratulations to the new Navajo leader that was just chosen. I do. My family and I are super excited. Again, thank you so much, Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much, Mr. Peru. We are excited to make an impact in Coconino County, and we're excited to be a part of that Coconino family.
Thank you, Mr. Francis and Mr. Chair. So Workforce Development Investment Board, that is another portion or another part of the Public Affairs Group. And so under Trey's leadership and the Public Affairs Group, we're really looking forward. I know Mr. Francis is going to miss the humidity of Louisiana, but anyway, it'll be a great transition. So Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you, sir.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. And on behalf of the board, welcome, Billy. We really look forward to you arriving. The interview group and speak highly of you and your enthusiasm. And what a great opportunity, a new beginning for everybody here. To Cindy Wilson, a special thank you for all her service over the years. A very special person, and we're thinking of you in many ways. And what your next steps and where you are. I would go to all board members, flag me if you still want to comment. Okay, go ahead. Vice Chair Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Mr. Francis. I just want to make a comment about, just want to appreciate Cindy Wilson. I worked with her very closely. We all did. She's very passionate about our communities, knew every community, and really had a vision for our county. It's really sad to learn that she has left. She's a wealth of knowledge. Talk about institutional knowledge. That's who she was, and that's who she is. And I know that she's very passionate in the workforce development. We started the workforce network together. We started working on, the trainings, many of the trainings that are being offered through CCC right now, through the just the various programs. We even started the consortium. She was there with us with that. And just the impact that her work to the county is going to be there. She laid a foundation, a very strong foundation for future workforce development and the board and a new director that will be coming in. And we need a strong director, just as Cindy was. Anyway, we're gonna miss Cindy. I'm gonna miss Cindy.
All right. All right. Do we have any other supervisors that wish to comment?
Sure, just congratulations, Cindy, on your retirement, and welcome, Billy, to the club or to the team. Thank you.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Just, I know it's under call of the public, so we have to be careful here, but I would just say that look forward to working with Billy, and Cindy, thank you for all your hard work.
All right. And then since we've been through everybody, Supervisor Cadet.
Just what was iterated by the previous board members. I'm just looking forward to working with both of them. And I started to know Cindy just a little bit, but I'm glad that she was a big asset to the county, in her expertise. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'm going to return to, we're further up in the agenda. Next area is the consent agenda. And consent agenda is routine in nature. Either we've seen items in work session, it might be a repeat of a contract. Instead of taking a motion for each item, we take a single motion associated with them unless we have any separated. And today on the consent agenda, we have items through 3 through 18. However, we have staff that are asking that we remove item 9 and 10. And actually, I'm going to ask Rose to speak to this, just as how we remove items off of the agenda. Rose, if you could comment on
that. Good morning, Chair Ryan and members of the board. I'm a black screen on my video, so I'm not sure if I'm coming up. I just wanted to address at Chair Ryan's request that the board uses Robert's rules of procedure for its meetings really as guidelines. The board does not have any kind of strict formal process when it comes to how meetings are run. That is for the most part left to the discretion of the chair. And so he just wanted me to address, and I just wanted to address the board this morning to advise that when it comes to removing matters from the agenda, that can be done without a motion. It's not something that the board has rules in place that require motions for those kinds of actions. So, certainly these questions can come up when, maybe something is unique, and these things don't come up very often. And we certainly revisit that and figure out the best way to do it and focus on transparency on how to do it. But, the board has practiced for years without the level of formality that requires motions for removing items from the agenda. So I just wanted to address that, and certainly can take questions, or it's something we can address at another time.
Supervisor Horst.
Yeah, just clarification and just for the full board. If the board members desire to take an item that has been scheduled as an action item and table that, is that also an appropriate action for the board to take?
So again, there's not a strict rule that requires us to do a motion for that. So if the consensus is that, this is something that we do want to get to, but maybe today's meeting is not appropriate, it doesn't require an action to say we're going to remove it from today's agenda and place it on an agenda in the future.
And I guess my question was, isn't that up to the board? If they want to take an action, that would also be permissible?
That's true. Certainly, there's nothing that says the board cannot. But really, it comes down to the discretion of the chair as to how that's going to take place.
Generally, just speaking to that item, we're checking in with the board. Are you okay if we remove this? If there's a position of the board that it's like, no, we need to pause for a moment and take a look at it. It would pull us further into, let's formalize a little further. What do we need to do? Where do we need to move with it? At times we're checking in with staff. Where is this item? What do we need to do with it? And it's working with the board to figure out which we're going to do. But it's not that we need to do it every time for every item on it. If it's informal, it needs more work, there are times, simply table it and check in with the board. Are you okay with that? Everybody gives that nod of, yeah, it looks good, then let's go ahead and proceed with it. No matter what, the most important thing is that we are bringing it to the board. We have that discussion. We see where we can go with it, and we do it out here in the open meeting and make sure it's done appropriately in that fashion. So
I just think that's important, though, that the board understands it's really up to the board's prerogative whether they want to just have you remove it or if they want to take a formal action vote to remove it. So that's good. I appreciate the clarification on that.
all right. So at this time, we have had staff that's asking us to remove item 9 and 10. And they want to bring it back later on. They need to work on it a little bit more. Steve, do you want to have any other comments on that?
Mr. Chair, you said it perfectly, so we'll just bring 9 and 10 back to you. Thanks.
Okay. So otherwise, on the consent agenda, we have items number 3 through 18, but I know Vice Chair Fowler, she was asking to have an item separated. Vice Chair Fowler?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Item number 18.
Item 18. Are there other items that board members would like to have removed? Not seeing anybody asking for that. So that means that we're being asked to remove. So we have items 9 and 10 removed. And then we want to separate 18 for further discussion. I consider a motion on the consent agenda. Supervisor Horst.
Yes, I would move that we accept the consent agenda with the removal of items 9 and 10 and also the separation of item 18.
All right, I have a motion. I need a second.
A second.
I have a second by Supervisor Vasquez. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, go ahead and call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. All right. Item number 18, Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, thank you. And I see Trey is here, and maybe Chris will be joining us as well. I'm not sure, but this is a grant that the county has received. We've been involved in the NACO Mobile Economic Mobility Cohort since 2019, and it really, then when the pandemic happened, it changed and really wanted to look at the counties on the ground and seeing how it might be able to help with counties helping each others across the country. I know it's been presented to the board, but I thought that now that we have the dollars that are coming in, the grant that has come in, $100,000, that it's important for us just to, since this is going to develop a recovery plan for the county, that we have our staff just talk about it again. So Trey.
All right, Trey.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Supervisors. Yes, so just wanted, we're very excited to have this item before you today for approval. Supervisor Fowler did a great job explaining the item to you. Essentially what this does is this is a grant that will put us as part of the Economic Mobility Leadership Network. And so as part of that network, it is a small cohort that is in the process of developing economic recovery plans that ensures an equitable recovery for communities like ours. You all know that with the pandemic and with the overall, the Great Recession that happened over 10 years ago, the recovery from that has not necessarily always been felt and experienced equally throughout our state. And that applies to our community especially. So what this will do, this grant will do, is it will provide support for this cohort with technical assistance over a period of at least 12 months. And what will happen is they will work with us to conduct a baseline assessment to identify our biggest needs, which could include small business support for vulnerable populations, racial inequity. So we're very excited about these grant funds and the project that they will support, as it will help us to support and promote an equitable recovery for our area. Supervisor Fowler, I turn it back over to you if you have anything else you want to add, but very much appreciate your support and approval of this item. And thank you again, Vice Chair Fowler, for bringing this to the entire board's attention so we can talk about this grant and how excited we are about it in public affairs.
Thank you. And we're going to be meeting again in the Salt Lake at WIR, as a lot of other committees are meeting as well. This group will be meeting there as well. I don't know if Steve wants to make a comment, but that'd be I just want to bring it to the board attention again, because it is a really important part of this recovery that we're all focused on and working on in various aspects.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, just quickly, I know that this has been an important role of, or actually an important activity of the committee that Vice Chair Fowler sits on, looking at equitable economic recovery. And the presentation that was made to you a couple weeks ago from Chris Pastors and Erica Shaw provided the context and framework when we look at social determinants of health as a key part of economic recovery. And of course, the key word here is equitable, to make sure that those individuals who, for whatever variety of reasons, may not be able to access some of the traditional channels of resources are really included in this effort. And so again, a very unique way to do it, source, of course, receiving funding from the Gates Foundation, but also the technical assistance from the Brookings Institute is key to some of the work we're doing. Some frameworks that have been proposed are model frameworks that I think we'll be bringing back to the board for consideration as we start to create some of the metrics involved with this program. So thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair. Thanks.
All right. Any other supervisors want to comment on this? All right, not seeing any, I'll go back to the Vice Chair Fowler. Would you like to make a motion?
Thank you. And I want to thank Trey and Steve for adding on. And I'd like to move that we accept the NACO grant from NACO, $100,000 to be able to develop a plan for our county.
And that goes with the corresponding budget adjustments. And so I have a motion by Vice Chair Fowler. I need a second. Looks like Supervisor Vasquez. Ronimo, can you take it off mute just so you can verbalize it?
Second.
Okay, we have a second there. Fantastic. Any further comments? Not seeing any. I'll call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Not opposed, motion carries. Next, we need to resolve as the jail district board of directors. I need a motion to do so.
Move.
So moved.
Let's see, I think Vice Chair Fowler beat Supervisor Horstman. I need a second. Is that my, okay, I have Supervisor, I had Supervisor Vasquez there. So there's a little bit of delay in our electronics right now. So we had a motion by Vice Chair Fowler, a second by Supervisor Vasquez, although both Supervisor Horstman and Supervisor Begay were also trying to make motions there. I'll go ahead and call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
And then we are now acting as the jail district board of directors. And if I get ahead because of the delay in the electronics, please flag me down, everybody. Okay, we're having a little bit of delay here. What we have is the consent agenda for us. It's the jail for the jail district. It's item number 19. And unless a board member chooses to remove it, we would then otherwise consider it for approval. Is there anybody that wishes to remove this? Not seeing anybody. Anybody care to make a motion? Okay, I have Supervisor Horstman. Go ahead, Patrice.
I so moved that we accept the consent agenda.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman, a second by Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye. All right. Okay. And we also now need to resolve as a board of supervisors. We need a motion to do so.
So move. Second.
Motion by Supervisor Begay, second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we're acting in the capacity of the board of supervisors, and the next item that we have is item number 20. And I'm going to try and get us to go through. We're a little tight on time, but take this next item because we're going to have to break shortly thereafter, and that'll provide people a chance to break. I'll turn to Steve. This item is a discussion and possible direction to staff regarding the redistricting maps and an update on the progress of the redistricting process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, just an update. No action is asked for today, but an update on county redistricting. So from our last meeting last week, our website has gone live here at the county. We do have some resources on the county website on redistricting. We are, of course, also able to receive input from individuals. So redistricting at coconino.az.gov for individuals in our community that would like to provide their thoughts on our redistricting efforts at the county level. And so again, the county level will involve the redistricting for the County Board of Supervisors, as well as the Coconino Community College District Governing Board, because we share identical district boundaries. So that's in progress right now. Staff is in the process of providing the board members individually with a tour of the tools that we have to create the scenarios. From our discussions, we will then be bringing to the board 2 or 3 scenarios that we will then, with your support, be bringing to you on either the 19th of October or the 26th. It depends on schedules and our staff capacity to create some scenarios. But those mapping scenarios that we bring to the board with your support and approval, we will then create, of course, the public outreach process for the public to weigh in on scenarios. And this is similar to what the Independent Redistricting Commission is doing with regard to creating scenarios and then inviting the public to participate in that input. Our deadline, statutory deadline to have county redistricting is December 1st. And so from the 19th or the 26th, then we will be, of course, providing the opportunity for public outreach Much of that outreach will probably be done virtually, but to the extent that we can or able to do in-person sessions, we will be doing that as well. So that's what's occurring on the county's redistricting effort. If there are any questions, I'll go over to legislative congressional, but I'm here to answer questions on county redistricting at this time.
So Steve, before I go to the board, as I've seen in the proposed agendas, we're set up for the associated with it on the 26th, so that we can make sure we have it done prior to December 1st. Is that correct?
That is correct. And so we actually have posted all of our board meetings to have a component for redistricting. Again, it depends on when we have the public outreach piece completed. We have also looked at, and again, these are, if we need them, dates, the November 23rd date and the November 30th date. Of course, that would be the day before we're supposed to do it. So we don't want to cut it that close. We'd probably be looking at a mid-November timeframe in order to have the public outreach piece completed so that we can have, of course, that to you. I'd like to be able to do it prior to Thanksgiving in order to accomplish that task.
All right. Questions of the board?
Okay.
All right.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll go over to congressional legislative. So you'll recall last week, the county board provided their support and direction to submit 2 mapping scenarios to the Independent Redistricting Commission. One, of course, is on legislative and the other is on congressional. Those maps have been sent to IRC and have been published on their website as a submission from Coconino County. At the same time, this Thursday, the 7th, the Independent Redistricting Commission will be having a meeting, and it will be broadcast from Surprise, Arizona. Flagstaff High Country Conference Center is a satellite location. And so what we're planning on and we're putting in place is the opportunity for the chair and the vice chair to provide testimony on the county's redistricting submission on those 2 scenarios. And so that is being set up with our redistricting consultants. They're going to be reaching out to me, and we're going to be scheduling time on Thursday to get together with Chair Ryan and Vice Chair Fowler to get their talking points so that they can deliver those in person here in Flagstaff. I will be in Surprise, and I will also be providing testimony to IRC members that are going to be in Surprise, because that's where their meeting is going to be broadcast from. So again, it's kind of an all hands on deck, a little bit of blitz of everything. But again, these are key times, because at this point in the process, based on input from the public to the IRC, mapping scenarios are being developed. And so it was important for our submissions to be submitted in a timely fashion so that those scenarios could be taken into consideration. So again, as I said, we'll prepare comments for the chair and the vice chair to deliver this Thursday for the IRC meeting. So comments or questions, Mr. Chair?
All right, come back to the board. Questions or comments? Not seeing any, and as for the sake of the public that are watching this, we did go over our discussions associated with this last week, and so this is just an update to tell us the next step and bringing those comments from last week's meeting to the IRC so that we can give testimony for our maps. And that will occur on Thursday. All right. Okay, now so I want to make sure we got that one right. Do we need a bio break? I'm thinking we need a break at 10:30. Continue to go on. Yeah, okay. I'm seeing nods from everybody. Okay, next item is item 21. This is discussion, update, possible direction to staff. We already did that. Look at this. Item 22, this is Steve, the county manager's update regarding community and regional and administrative matters. Steve?
Mr. Chair, I'm probably going to add a couple things in 21 in terms of legislative and administrative. So last week.
Okay, so back to 21. Go ahead.
So last week, of course, all of our board members participated in the County Supervisors Association Legislative Summit, and this was held in Prescott, Arizona. Trey Williams was there along with Claire from our staff. Again, this is an opportunity annually for all of the county boards of supervisors to come together. I'd like to provide the opportunity, Mr. Chair, with your permission, to have Trey give a brief update on that, and then also some comments regarding the preparation for the NACO meetings that are taking place next week. And so, Trey, if I could ask you to just make some comments on that, that would be great, please, and thanks.
Sure. Thank you, Steve. So yes, as Steve mentioned, last week we did attend the County Supervisors Legislative Summit in Prescott, Arizona. We want to thank our partners in Yavapai County for hosting a great summit. As part of that, I want to thank you all for all the work that you did in those work sessions for CSA to develop their 2022 legislative package. That is forthcoming. The final documents that will be coming out, we'll share those with you all, that will detail all of the proposals that were adopted at CSA. Coconino County did have one proposal that was proposed to the CSA Board of Directors, which unfortunately was not adopted, not because your colleagues obviously didn't like the concept, but just due to the fact that it's more in the realm of property tax assessment, which isn't always the realm that CSA works in. There were some issues around, judicial process and things that deal with the area in which the county attorney works that were also not adopted. And so just some additional information there. We will be working with our county assessor, Armando Ruiz, to determine whether or not it's possible to introduce this particular item to the Association of Counties Board of Directors, of which the assessors are members. So just to provide you with that update, if ACO can allow it as a late submission, we will pursue that route and attempt to have it become a part of their 2022 county government platform. If not, with all of your permission and guidance, I would want to explore using 2022 as an opportunity to do education and coalition building, as well as to establish your priorities around the short-term vacation rental space, whether we're dealing with taxation or some of the other regulatory matters. So again, thank you all for a successful legislative summit. I appreciate all of your participation. And then next week, we will be headed to the NACO Western Interstate Region Conference. As part of that, we will be attending. So Supervisor Horstman is on the board of directors, the WIR board of directors. And so as part of that, we will be participating in a board of directors meeting, as well as a rural advisory council meeting, a RAC meeting, next Wednesday. This again will take place at the WIR conference in Salt Lake City. And then we'll have some other activities. There's a lot of great breakouts. There are tours, the Public Lands Committee, and I would invite Supervisor Horstman, if she wants to speak to that, with your permission, Mr. Chair, there will be a Public Lands Committee meeting that will essentially be more of an experience and less of a meeting where they're going to go out and actually take a tour and acquaint themselves with some of the issues that the Public Lands Committee deals with more directly, rather than discussing them around the table. And then, of course, just other business items associated with NACO at the Western Interstate Region Conference next week. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I turn it over to Supervisor Horstman if she wants to talk about Public Lands Committee next week at NACO.
All right, absolutely. All right, Patrice, all dialed in, post CSA and now WIR.
No, I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm really pleased that two of my supervisors, Supervisor Fowler and Supervisor Begay, will be joining us here at the WIR annual conference in Salt Lake City. It does look like it's going to be a tremendous conference, important agenda items, including some tours of what they are doing in Utah with their public lands, and also important information with regards to forest restoration and forest health. And last but not least, I'm very pleased that we have been able to obtain a personal meeting with Chief Moore, the new chief from the U.S. Forest Service, to discuss important issues to us here in Coconino County with regards to forest restoration, forest health, museum flood, et cetera. So I think it's going to be an exciting conference and important discussions that we're going to be able to take on behalf of Coconino County. So I'm sure we're going to have a lot more to share after the conference in our roundtable. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and for the sake of the public, each of our board members serve on different committees at WIR, and we continue to work on our legislative efforts that can affect what's going on. And as noted by Supervisor Horstman, a chance to meet with the chief of the Forest Service is a really important one. And hopefully we can get some restoration efforts and opportunities to have better management on public lands around us. Supervisor Fowler, did you want to comment?
Yes, I will be attending WIR as well. I'm one of the vice chairs for the Rural Action Caucus. We are having a meeting there, as well as the Economic Mobility cohort. We will be meeting there as well. So these meetings are not just for WIR, they're across the board. Really, a lot of these meetings have now been, with the pandemic had happened and we haven't been together. So it seems like the WIR is where many of our meetings are going to be happening. So I'm really happy to be able to represent and be able to attend these meetings that are very important. A lot of discussions that have our impact on our rural counties and in which Coconino County is. Thank you.
And
Sorry.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you. This is going to be my first WIR meeting that I'll be attending, so I'm really looking forward to it. And certainly there's a lot to learn, and they usually have a lot of agenda items that pertain to our county. So I'm just kind of looking forward to that, and I'm glad that Supervisor Fowler and Supervisor Horstman are going to be in attendance too. So I just want to say thank you, and Trey, thanks.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and note Supervisor Vasquez and myself during that week will be attending the Rural Transportation Advisory Council, where we sit on transportation meetings. They're having their summit. I think we're calling it a retreat in this case, but looking at next year's legislative agenda as well as some structural elements associated with the organization. So it should be a really enlightening opportunity there. I do want to follow on a comment that Trey had made associated with County Supervisors Association. I want to compliment this board. Very good. First time we all had to get a chance to get together and go and do this. And items, if you're lucky, it takes 3 years to get an item across. So you keep bringing it back, shape it the right way. And we might have been set back a little bit with the agenda item that we were hoping to run, but we will continue to have the opportunity to comment on that as it progresses in different ways. ACO will be raising certain items, so will League of Cities and Towns. So as the year progresses, we can still provide influence associated with that. In the meantime, we'll see if we have the opportunity to shape what we were hoping to do in the future, if it's not done this year with that. Go ahead, Patrice.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And that's really important for the public to know, is that, your supervisors were down there and we were advocating all across the state on behalf of Coconino County for issues near and dear. And I think it's important that we bring these issues forward, not necessarily that they're always approved, but that we bring this forward to a statewide attention. And I think we were very successful in being able to do that with short-term rentals, for example. Also with the OHV proposal that was made down at Yavapai County that Coconino County was very supportive of. That also didn't pass, but it started the conversation and really started partnerships developing not only within the Board of Supervisors all across the state, but also with our partners in NGOs and nonprofits. So For that, I want to thank both the leadership of Chair Ryan, who really got us all together and got us focused on moving forward with our agenda here in Coconino County. And I think it was an important NACO meeting for all of us. And it was really nice that we got to see people face to face that we've seen on Zoom and hadn't had a chance to meet yet. So thank you, Chair, for your leadership with that.
That, and I mean, a lot of what I do is, it goes to our staff. Trey, you did a great job there. Looks like Lena, you wanted to comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I too just want to thank you and Trey and just the staff, Steve. It's really good to be able to see and be together. We're meeting on Zoom all the time. I actually got to talk to Patrice and actually be able to talk to Judy and Geronimo. It was just really great to be able to actually see you all in person. Sometimes I wonder if you're real because you're just out there and I look at you through the computer screen. So, but it was really a treat to be able to see other supervisors as well throughout the state. And then, to discuss issues that really have a common thread throughout the whole all the 15 counties in Arizona, and how we're going to work together and how we're going to be able to address the issues that we face. Each of the counties have their own issues sometimes, but we try to support each other. It's a great collaboration that we have. CSA has great staff and are always very prepared and being able to see how we can work with the state. One of the discussions was, that state mandates, counties are mandated to provide certain services and the dollars do not come with those mandates. And that's something that we really need to concentrate on educating the community about and having an understanding as to how sometimes it gets difficult with the relationship with the state and the county, between the state and the county. So anyway, it was very good dialogue that we had and lots to learn. And I thought the main thing was just really getting to know each other and just seeing each other. So thank you to the board. Really good to have great conversations and stand together on our issues. Thank you.
Well said. Supervisor Vasquez, you know.
Sure. I really appreciated the time to spend with my colleagues and get to know them better and the staff that came and really meet other folks from around the state and bond on certain issues. I spoke with some folks about different flooding issues that we dealt with and that they dealt with in their counties, and telling some of those stories, meeting people that I'd met at NACO, following up with them. And really, it was amazing to me to really think about how crazy it's been since NACO. That's when the flooding started. And so it was really a good time for reflection and meeting and spending time with each other. And I really appreciated it. So thank you everyone for a great trip.
All right, and Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, likewise, everyone. Thank you. All your comments. This is what I was thinking. Appreciate it being out there and learning new things and also meeting new people. And I come to find out that all the counties have different issues that they have to address, and that some of them are similar, like the flooding, fire, and then also. But I didn't hear anybody saying they had drought issues, so I was trying to find someone to talk to regarding that. But anyway, I just want to say it was a good opportunity for new board members to be in attendance, I believe, and then plus the Matt and Lena. You guys were there with us, and and pretty much I learned a lot. And I think the OHV off highway vehicle issue, I think that's something that really needs to be addressed, statewide and with our neighboring people, states around us, because it's everywhere. And I'm really glad that the Apple Trust is starting out this conversation, and they have a recreation committee that they're starting, and they really want to do something about OHVs out there. And as mentioned in Prescott, that there are people are cutting fences, leaving trash, and just zooming through people's property, and a lot of other stuff that's going on. And I think if this is a county issue and a state issue, and other states have the same issue, so there's certainly this is going to be something that we will all have to get together on and move forward with it and see what we can do for people. Thank you.
Yeah, it was, and really great comments. It was a really good opportunity for us to work together. We even have the human elements where I stabbed myself with my thumbnail and in the forehead and caused it to bleed, just trying to comb my hair. Geronimo burned his pants, when he was ironing them, apparently, so we're still human out there.
Well, I want to just point out the women on the board did just fine. We had no disasters.
See, I set us up around that. They didn't. They were a steady team and ready to roll. So fantastic, but really good opportunity to work together on the issues. Trey, what else do you have for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes it for me. I do just want to recognize Claire Harper from my staff for all of her hard work at the summit. I couldn't have done it without her. And she did a lot of the prep work. I came in, just a little over a week ago. So she had done a lot of that prep work, which I really appreciated. And then just want to also recognize Craig Sullivan, the executive director of CSA, and his staff, Robin Hilliard, Vanessa Fielder, Brandon Nee, and others who were really, and then their intern, Kalia, they were all put on an exceptional summit, and just want to recognize their work officially as well. So that concludes it for me, Steve, and I'll turn it back over to you with your permission, Mr. Chair.
All right. Yeah, and actually just that point, Trey, thank you for mentioning everybody, including Claire. It takes a team, a lot of people behind the scenes to really help all of us out. Steve?
Mr. Chair, that we should wrap it here because you all need to get to the event, and the event address is on your schedule invites. And so it's 2918 East Route 66. So it's the Housing Solutions event at the former Travel Lodge. And so that starts at 11 o'clock. So we want to break now, and we're coming back at 1:15 for the afternoon session.
Yeah, and it should be noted, we didn't cover items 22 or 23, update from the manager or board roundtable. We have a chance to modify the agenda, move it later on. The item that we'll be discussing at 1:15 is associated with the budget, one-time fund balance in American Rescue Plan that we'll come back to at 1:15. With that, we'll go ahead and go into, let's see, we'll take a break right now. Sorry, it's been a long day. We'll take a break right now, and we'll see you all over the Housing Solutions, all right? Yeah, go ahead, Patrice. Oh, you're waving. People are waving. Goodbye. There we go.
Bye.
Excellent.
Was Ted this energetic at this age?
Well, I think
Hey, Lindsay, are you on? Can you hear me? Just wanted to check my microphone.
Yes, I can hear you, Lucinda.
All right, thank you. I had those technical issues earlier. I just wanted to make sure it was working. Thank you, Lindsay.
No problem.
The thunder fixed it earlier.
Ta-da. All right. So, all right, I see Judy out there, and I see Patrice, and there's Geronimo, and do we have a Lena out there? And there's Lena. All right, we got all 5 board members. And happy to see everybody. What a neat celebration for that groundbreaking without dirt. Let's see. So we're at 1:15, so we're reconvening our work sessions here. And at this point, we have a presentation, discussion, update, possible action related to the fiscal year 22 budget one-time fund balance and the American Rescue Plan funding. And Steve, do you have everybody that you need to get going on this?
Let's say do. Yes, we have everyone on panelists that we need. Let's see. Yep, I think the gang's all here.
Okay, so we're on item number 24. All right, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, the agenda item that we have listed really describes the revenue sources. And certainly if we were to put down all of the proposed uses and the recommendations, it would be a very, very, very long agenda title. But one of the important components that we want to introduce to you today focuses in on our compensation. And so, you know, when we look at the compensation philosophy and the practices here at Coconino County, you know, I think it certainly has kind of ebbed and flowed depending on revenues available and other priorities. But when we look at that action and the activity and the work behind compensation, you know, it really kind of just want to add a couple things. So it really demonstrates, of course, the organization's commitment and the organization's commitment to those individuals, of course, within the team that choose to work at Coconino County. And I've mentioned this before in the past, is that, you know, when we have new employee orientation and we have the opportunity to welcome new employees, we really are appreciating their choice to come to Coconino County. While the ultimate hiring decision is made by the county in certain areas, it was really the employees that chose Coconino County. And that's a pretty important relationship that we always want to have top of mind. You know, people choose to come to Coconino County because we feel, and we want to make sure that we always do, are the employer of choice. You know, we want to have that reputation of a good place to work. Of course, with that goes a culture that accompanies the work and the commitment. But of course, when we go to the compensation, it really demonstrates our commitment. It also provides the opportunity to retain employees, to retain individuals who have chosen to come to Coconino County, to be here as long as they want to be here and be very productive and be very satisfied and fulfilled in their professional duties. And so employee retention is very important. And then of course we want to attract talent. But attract talent is not always just compensation, it's everything else in addition to that. And so all these things together provide the opportunity to speak of compensation as a very strategic investment. And when we look at the revenues that we've had outlined with American Rescue Plan and one-time fund balance, those are revenue sources, and we want to characterize the ultimate decisions that will be made at the end of the month as investments, because with those investments, the dividends to come will be service to the public. That's what we do. We do it well. We have many, many people in this organization who have chosen public service. And we want to honor that, and we want to make sure that that's always top of mind. And so today's discussion is going to be an introduction to an investment practice or proposal for compensation that we are bringing for you today. In addition to the compensation, we're also going to be doing another update for American Rescue Plan and other uses for the one-time funding that we do have available. But more than anything, I think more than anything today, we want to hear from board members in terms of what are your impressions. You know, we provided a fairly substantial presentation last week on these topics, with the exception of compensation. But you know, and we are in the process of going around to each of you to brief you. And so certainly your impressions of what has kind of ebbed or what's resonated with you is important. And so we want to leave time this afternoon for you all to provide some insight and input to what we're doing on the staff side. So I think that's a pretty good introduction. And I'm going to, with your permission, Mr. Chair, ask Erica Philpott to come online. And she's going to make the first presentation of the afternoon related to our compensation proposal for your discussion today. Again, no action is needed today. This is more just receiving and absorbing and asking any questions you might have. So, Mr. Chair, if that's okay, I will turn it over to Erica. Okay.
All right, welcome, Erica.
Thank you, Chair Ryan, members of the board. Good afternoon. Excited to spend some time with you today talking about compensation. So as County Manager Peru mentioned, having competitive compensation is part of a total benefits package, looking all that we provide, but competitive compensation helps us recruit and retain employees. It helps us decrease our turnover, helps us address compression and stay ahead of minimum wage, which is something that we've been talking about and continues to increase. The minimum wage will go up again in January to $15.50 an hour in Flagstaff. And so I wanted to take some time and just talk about some of the data that we have, some of the trends we're seeing in our organization as they relate to compensation, and just share that information with you. So Erica is manning the slides, or Lindsay is. Perfect. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So here's some data on our employees' years of service. So this is looking at our current employees, and you can see that we're comparing 4 fiscal years here from the left bar in blue in FY18 to that gold yellow color in FY21. And what's interesting is that on the far left-hand side of this chart, our employees with less than 1 year of service have increased from last year. Our employees with 1 to 3 years of service, when we look at the gold bar, have slightly gone down, and our 3 to 5 has slightly gone up, but you can see that we dip there. We lose some employees in that 3 to 5 year range. And then going on, you can see that there's a pretty good trend line from that 5 to 30 year, and then pretty understandably, it flattens out quite a bit after 30 years. We're excited for people to get to retire. But we do have employees that have that many years of service. So the average number of years of service that isn't really shown by that chart quite as well is 7.39. And so that's something to think about as we think about who is in our workforce. And our retirements are up a little bit when we look at those employees in that 30 plus years of service. In FY18, there were 24 retirements. In FY21, there were 37 retirements. And already this year, since January 1st, we've had 36, including those in this pay period. So quite a jump up from what we've experienced in previous fiscal years. So looking at this slide, you can see that this is looking at the age of our labor force in Coconino County. And no surprise, we have a lot of employees between the ages of 35 to 64. And again, comparing multiple fiscal years with FY21 on the far right-hand side in the dark blue of the bar chart there. So when we go looking at our turnover, this is a really familiar chart for some of you. This is a chart I presented back in May and that we've used historically over the years that shows what our turnover is by fiscal year with retirements. And it shows where there are pay plan changes. The recession is clearly noted. So this goes all the way back to FY08. And you can see here on the far right-hand side that our current turnover rate is 18.47. So that's high. That's higher than it's been in several years. You can see in FY14, we're at 18.15. But other than that, we are at a high point that we haven't seen since about FY08. And so on trending upward right now. And so that's something that's different. When I presented back to you in May, as you can see on the next slide, that this was a slide from May, and I presented at that time that we, looking back to the previous year, were closer to 15%, and how that compared to our state and local government Bureau of Labor Statistics, to the City of Flagstaff, to FUSD and CCC, and also how it compared to the other counties. Now, the county data was from ACO, and it was reported from September of 19 to August of 20. So you could see how we trended in that historical data. And so since I last spoke to you in May, we continue to see our turnover going up. And again, that's with retirement. So those retirements are included in that data. So what is the cost of turnover? There is a great turnover calculator online. It's on sparkbay.com. And I like it because there is a calculator and then an advanced calculator. And when we play with that advanced calculator, it allows us to add additional information, like the average number of weeks to fill a job, the loss of productivity, the hiring staff time. It looks at our average salary and the number of employees who left in a previous year. And it helps us calculate a couple things. Also, according to SparkBay, replacing an entry-level employee costs about 30 to 40% of their annual salary. A mid-level employee costs 150%, and a highly skilled employee costs about 400% of their salary. Some of those jobs are highly specialized, hard to fill. They might be open longer. So there are different costs associated with those. We might have to have someone cover, bring in a contract employee even to cover. And so when we look at that calculator, then the average cost, according to that calculator, for an employee who's separated is $32,560. Some more, some less, depending on the position, but as an average, that's what it costs when we have someone leave. And if we look at the number of employees that we had leave in the previous year, then that would be about $5.7 million. And that includes things like how long does it take to bring an employee up to full speed once they've been onboarded, all of those different costs. So it isn't an estimate, but it's an interesting exercise to look at when we think about how much does it cost to recruit, hire, train, onboard, and bring someone up to full speed, and how long does that take? And also what is interesting is as I look at that calculator, some of the things that they auto-populate in there as kind of a standard across all industries are true for us, in that one of the things, for example, is that 10 weeks is about time to fill, and that is our average as well. So when you look at all the jobs, and that includes some jobs that are continuous and some that aren't, that is also our time to fill. So those things are consistent with the calculator. This slide is the compensation history, which again, I presented in May, and shows all of the different compensation adjustments that the board has made over time. And it shows a very consistent dedication toward compensation, that we continue to work toward making our compensation meaningful and strategic over many, many years. And this slide represents that. When we look at which positions are experiencing the highest turnover, these are the three that come up over the last 3 fiscal years. And so for FY21, Admin Spec 1, Admin Spec 3, and Detention Officer 2. As we looked back to FY20, you can see Detention Support Specialist, Deputy Sheriff, Detention Officer 1, and then in FY19, DO2, Legal Assistant, and Detention Support Specialist. It's important to note when I was pulling this data that this does not include promotions. These are people exiting the organization. But it's also important to note that last bullet, which is positions with fewer people in the titles won't appear on this list, because I was looking at them statistically across the organization. And these are all titles with a lot of people in them. So HVAC electrician is never going to populate on this list just because we have such few of those positions. So statistically, it wouldn't be meaningful in the way that this report was pulled. So there are other jobs that are hard to fill that won't pull up on this report. Trades worker, operators, hydrologists, those type of positions that maybe we just have 1 or 2 of them, but those titles are specific and can be difficult to fill. But these are the highest turnover rates across the county. These are the reasons for leaving from the personnel action form. So when an employee resigns, they submit their notice, their hiring manager fills out a separation report in the form of a personnel action form and indicates a reason for leaving. So it's important to note here that the employee isn't specifically choosing this code and that the codes have a lot of overlap. But the hiring manager is using the notice of resignation and the other circumstances that the employee has shared or told them when completing this. And statistically, we have this in Munis. So VOL means voluntary on the code. And these are sorted by the percentage in the far right-hand column. Invol in all caps means involuntary. And so you can see that our number one reason percentage-wise on this list at 17.5% is voluntary personal. Now, also, I will point out that personal could be a lot of things, and there are a lot of categories in voluntary that could overlap with. There is a family reasons and a medical reasons. There also is a better employment, better salary, but also career advancement. So when someone's leaving, is it career advancement and a better salary? And they're picking just one in this instance. We only put one code into Munis. So these are the categories that we've been using over a long period of time. And there is some room for them to cross over between each other. But it is interesting to see voluntary personal is the number one reason. Then retired with pension is our number two reason. Voluntary other employment career advancement is number three. Moved and left the area is number four. And then better salary is number five. So here's some recruitment data. And I pulled this data in preparation for today's meeting on Wednesday, September 29th. So on Wednesday, September 29th, there were 61 county job titles open for recruitment on our website. So anyone seeking a job could go out to coconino.az.gov, click on employment, and see 61 different choices of job title to apply for. Some of those titles have more than one job open within it. There's more than one deputy open. There's more than one operator open. And so when I look at the jobs that those titles represent, there are 142 county jobs open for recruitment as of last Wednesday, the 29th. Maybe we've filled a couple since then. Maybe we've added a couple since then. Historically, we posted jobs on Wednesdays and closed them on Fridays. But because of the high demand of jobs, the number of jobs that are opening, and even the number of temporary and limited appointment jobs, we are now posting jobs every day of the week. And mostly on Tuesday through Thursday, but we do occasionally post jobs on Monday and Friday as well. We're also closing jobs on different days of the week. So we've altered our process slightly to account for the number of jobs open to help spread out the recruiter's time, HR time, and also work with hiring managers when they're most available. There are 12 of the jobs that were available on to September 29th had been posted prior to July 1. So they had been out there posted past this fiscal year. And 32 of those jobs were posted continuously. Now, there are a couple of different reasons why jobs might be posted continuously. One is they might be hard to fill, or we might need several people in that title, or we might not be getting a lot of applicants when we closed it and we had to reopen it and leave it open continuous. But we're also seeing departments post jobs continuously because we want to be more responsive. And we want to, when we see one good applicant, we want to immediately call that person and get back to them right away. Where when a job has a close date, we wait until the job closes and then contact them after. What we're seeing in our recruitments is that there are a lot fewer candidates for each of those titles. The good thing about having a post date is that a lot of people apply on the very last date that a job is open. And in fact, in the last hour or two before a job closes. So a job that's open continuous, people aren't spurred into action on any certain day. And so there are pros and cons with posting jobs continuously. The number of applications that we've seen have declined over fiscal years. And you can see that in the second to last bullet on this slide. But also we have an internal promotion rate that historically has hovered closer to 30% but in FY21, it was almost 40%. So what that also tells us, and that I am seeing in HR, is that because we have so many promotional opportunities, many due to retirements, we have employees who are promoting within the organization, which is great. We've always been a learning organization. We've always given training to help people promote. We want to challenge people, help them be engaged and motivated in the work. The downside of that is that when we fill a job, we still have another job still to fill. And so the number of jobs isn't declining as we fill positions, because we're having people move around internally. So it's great to promote people internally, and it keeps the number of recruitments high. On the right-hand side of this slide, you might have to move the faces like I just did in order to see the right-hand squares there. I just scooted you all over a little bit. But this is interesting data too. So from September 1 of 19 to September 30th of 19, we had 47 postings in that 1 month, and there were 404 applications. So looking at September of 19. And then looking at September of 21, from September 1st to September 30th, there were 74 postings open in that month and 383 applications. So the number of postings was not double, but close to, and the number of applications was fewer. And that is definitely something that we're seeing in human resources, more recruitments and fewer applications for each recruitment. This slide is a slide I presented back in May that I thought might add some value this time as well. So this is a slide that we have historically used each May as well, that really shows what it looks like when our medical, dental goes up, when our ASRS contribution goes up, and what happens when we do and don't have, in this case, we were talking about merit increases of 2.5%, which is what we have budgeted in the 10-year plan. So you can see when we look at FY20 annual and the FY21 annual, there are circled in red numbers that say gross. So those two numbers are the same. So this is showing that if we did not give an increase, a merit increase from FY20 to FY21, that an employee who made $48,736 is still making that same amount gross the following year. And we look at what the medical expenses are. They went up from 20 to 21. The dental went up from 20 to 21. You can see the vision stayed the same. The ASRS and LTD went up slightly. Medicare stayed the same, and Social Security actually went down in this time frame. And so the difference to net pay is there between FY20 and FY21. And so in a year where there were no merits, people's take-home pay, their net, went down $181. The next year, FY22, we are showing the asterisk on the gross that we were showing what it would look like if there was a 2.5% market increase and their salary went up 2.5%. So from the gross of 48,736 to 49,954. And what that difference in net pay looks like, even with the medical, dental still increasing and the ASRS still increasing. So it shows you what that looks like when it goes up. And then we also looked at FY23 because there was an even higher estimate on what the medical would go up in FY23 when we were projecting that out. And so in FY23, the estimate on this sheet was 5.6% of medical, not of their total base pay, but of their medical premiums. And it shows again how that difference in net pay shifts with the other changes. Now, this doesn't incorporate changes that we've seen in other areas due to inflation, such as changes in rent, changes in utilities, all of those changes in groceries, changes in the cost of fuel. So this is just with the health insurance and with the base pay. And what that difference in net pay can feel like. And what we've been hearing from employees is that they are paying more for rent. They are paying more for those other things right now. And so it feels like a pay cut in some cases to them, even though their gross pay has not been decreased. This is from bestplaces.net, which does a cost of living comparison. And so on this chart, we're looking at the cost of living between Phoenix and Flagstaff. And this organization, this bestplaces.net, uses 100 as the national average. So you can see here how both Phoenix and Flagstaff compare both to each other and the national average. What's interesting on this chart is housing in the far right-hand corner, third row down, is 60.3% more in Flagstaff than it is in Phoenix, and well above the national average. You can also see that utilities are slightly less, which makes sense because we don't have all those air conditioning bills that they have in Phoenix, and we're glad not to. Transportation slightly less. While some of our team members drive in from quite a long distance, we have fewer people who are caught in a huge congestion in their commute into work and home from work. But the health is more, that people pay more for health, and they compute that at 23.9% more. So there are some really big differences, and we know that. We know that the cost of living is higher here, and this shows that in a few categories as well. So what is the minimum wage doing, and where has it been? So the chart on the right is the chart from the City of Flagstaff's website that they have had posted for quite a while. The federal minimum wage, $7.25. The Arizona minimum wage is $12.15 an hour. The Flagstaff minimum wage is $15 an hour, going up to $15.50 on January 1, just a few months from now. One of the things that I hear quite often from employees is about McDonald's. It comes up quite a bit that McDonald's is advertising in Flagstaff starting from $16 an hour to $35 an hour. My understanding is that that $35 an hour is for shift supervisors, but certainly those are very different nature jobs. We have jobs that are career jobs that are difficult, dealing with people in their best and their hardest moments. And so there are people that continuously point to that McDonald's wage when they talk to me about compensation. So I wanted to pass that along to all of you as well. This next slide shows the history of minimum wage here at the county and about how much we've led the minimum wage by historically going back to FY7. So you can see on the far right-hand column what the difference was between our lowest regular grade in our compensation structure and the minimum wage, and that we led that by $3.61, and that there were times where the minimum wage went up and our difference from that minimum wage decreased. And then it did increase back up. You can see to $3.75 in FY17 and even $4.18 in FY18. It has gone steadily down since that time. And prior to July 1, we were leading the minimum wage by $1.32 an hour. After our July 1 adjustment of 3%, we are presently leading the minimum wage with our lowest grade, grade 7, by $1.82 an hour. When the minimum wage increases in January, we will go back down to that $1.32 an hour leading the minimum wage if we don't make any compensation adjustments in the mid-year. So on our left is our Coconino County grade table, our classification and compensation structure. It shows that grade 7 is our lowest grade and that we go up to grade 22. On the right, I included the City of Flagstaff FY22 grade table. So as many of you know, the City of Flagstaff recently completed a compensation study where they hired a firm to come in and look at all of their pay plans and structures. And they had some other different structures of compensation, and they're going away from some of those to this plan, where they had some multi-skilled worker plans and some other plans. They're moving to this plan. I took the midpoints of these ranges off. So if these look a little bit different than what I usually share, that's why. Just the minimum and the maximums, both in hourly and annual, are here. And so one of the differences between the City of Flagstaff structure and our structure is that their spread from their minimum to their maximum of each grade is 50%, where ours is consistently 47%. Also, between the minimum of one grade to the minimum of the next for the city is either 7% or 8% between minimums. And ours is slightly different. We're between 5 and 11% between our minimums, depending on the grade, not quite as consistent as the city's new structure. And they have more grades than we do. And so you can see there that they have just more grades. Some of those grades at the top end of their structure might only have 1 or 2 titles in them, but they do have more grades than we do. So just wanted to provide this for comparison. Historically, our grades started at grade 3, and over time we rolled grade 3 into grade 4 into grade 5, grade 5 into grade 6, and then grade 6 into grade 7 until grade 7 was our lowest grade. So we did have more titles, but this is our structure right now. That brings us to the recommended compensation adjustment. So in an effort to address the compensation concerns that I've mentioned, Human Resources is recommending a compensation adjustment in the mid-year, and that will help us stay ahead of minimum wage in addition to recruitment, retention, all of those other things. And so we are recommending a $1 an hour increase to each regular employee's base wage, so that every regular employee, not including temporary employees, would get $1 an hour added to their base pay. Essentially, it would move our entire structure up $1 an hour and keep all of the structure that we have between employees and their supervisors and their equity with their colleagues intact and move the whole structure. In addition, a second prong of that recommendation is to increase the ranges of grades 7 and 8, our 2 lowest grades in our structure, by 75 cents an hour. So the minimum of grade 7 and the minimum of grade 8 would go up 75 cents, and the maximum of both those grades would also increase 75 cents. Having them increase 75 cents and not $1 also allows new employees coming in to be placed within 25 cents there without overlapping with the employees that we already have employed. So all the employees in grade 7 and 8 would move up $1, but the range would only move up 75 cents to help with a bit of compression at the entry of that grade. So that would make our grade chart look like this. Those 2 grades, grade 7 and grade 8, that are highlighted would move up 75 cents. And you can see those new amounts here. So we would be at $17.56 for our lowest grade, which would put us $2.07 ahead of the minimum wage. This is a sample impact on employees. So what it might look like for employees. So an employee who's making $17 an hour now and has that annual pay associated with $17 an hour would be moved if this recommendation was favorable to the board and we did go in this direction, it would be moved to $18 an hour, and that would make the annual amount $37,440. So you can see that all the way down this chart, that what it would be, $23.78 would go to $24.78. But what's really interesting about this chart specifically is the column on the far right-hand side, which shows that although every single employee would get $1 an hour added, and that if a full-time employee is working, $1 an hour equates to $2,080 over the course of a year. But that is a larger percentage for employees making less in the structure. It's a greater percentage of their pay than it is for an employee making more. So on this green column on the far right, you can see how much of a percentage increase that is to a person making $17 an hour now, and compared to how much of an increase it is for a person making $35.91. So while the dollar is the same and the amount over the year is the same, the percentage to base pay is different. So we're giving the employees who make the least in our structure the largest percentage of increase. This slide was created by Siri. Thank you to Siri for her partnership and help on this. So this is the financial impact of the recommendation of the $1 per hour increased base pay, and also the grades 7 and 8 market increase of 75 cents. And you can see this is the cost based on the current vacancies and what the cost is recurring. So this is a recurring amount. Now that bottom bullet is important because if we were to do this mid-year, then the first year would only be 50% of the costs shown in the table, since we'd only be having it in place for half the year, but the recurring amount would be the larger number. And you can see that divided up between the general fund and other funds. And that is all of my slides. So that is all the data I had to present to you today. I know it was quite a bit, so thank you very much. And if you have questions for me, I'm happy to answer those.
Thanks, Erica. Mr. Chairman, back to you for any initial conversations or questions from the board before we go on to the next topic, which is
provide the opportunity for the board. Actually, I just want to say I like that you put the cost of living. You did a more comprehensive presentation associated with cost and impact as it relates to the community, which is very helpful. And so I'm going to start with two questions real quick. One is let me see. Oh gosh. Is it 7 and 8 that you're looking at, the double piece of compensation? My question would be the next grade up. How much, what's your buffer on the compression component?
Great, thank you, Chair Ryan. So we are recommending that 7 and 8 still get that $1 an hour, but they are not getting $1.75 an hour. I want to make that clear because that was something I discussed earlier with others. So the grade is moving up 75 cents. The people are moving up $1. And so since everyone would be moving up $1 in this proposed action, the whole structure would move up. There wouldn't be any overlap. Okay. And so that is something we looked at. And also on the slide where we had the yellow highlight at the end with that proposed structure, you could see there was a little bit of space in between those grades, and we were able to move those up without creating a lot of compression there. And that's one of the good things, I guess, of not having a structure that has such consistent entries, was it gave us a little space for that room. There are 126 people in grade 7, 14 job titles, and 126 employees. There are 93 people in grade 8 and 14 titles there as well. So just to provide some perspective about how many people are in those grades. Historically, when we looked at grades 3 and 4 and 5, there were only less than 10 people in each of those grades when they got rolled up, but now grades 7 and 8 are quite large.
Right. And then well, actually, another point of note, your discussion with McDonald's, another way we would look at this is we don't want our employees having a salary where they're using our own services. We are a service-based industry. We have a cost of living impact that's occurring in recruitment. When we take a look at the cost of retraining people is quite expensive rather than retention and taking care of folks to do their job well, but have confidence that they can maintain a living here as well. The other question that I had was, and this is turning to Steve and Siri, looking at these numbers, and I do remember us, we were starting to talk about if we have the potential, we may look at a mid-year. It's just making, checking in and seeing how, we're balanced in terms of our budget. Could you just at least note it for the sake of the record,
Yes.
How it fits within the budget?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, there are two things, of course, we look at in terms of the financial impact. Number one, of course, is the budget and the current year budget and the next year's budget. We also look at the 10-year plan to see how that factors in over the 10-year period. And so I'm going to ask, we are going to be talking about the 10-year plan, but we can certainly talk about it now. But we'll also be talking about it when we look at the American Rescue Plan, because that has been a question that has come up from some board members. Good question in terms of kind of how does this factor into the 10-year plan, because this is a substantial revenue opportunity. And I know when we get to the American Rescue Plan, we'll be talking about sustainability. And so with that, I just want to, we'll talk about that then, but you can answer your question now with the compensation proposal. Siri can address the impact on the 10-year plan.
All right, Siri.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So yes, we will include a snapshot of the 10-year plan. But as we were going through our planning and wrapping up the fiscal year 22 budget and recommendations that were presented for the general fund specifically last month on the 7th, one of the things we had already included was a placeholder for additional compensation, as that had been an emerging issue. And so as you've seen 10-year plans presented throughout this process, I want to assure you they did include sort of a placeholder without a formalized plan in place. And so it does keep us in balance, and we'll show exactly what that looks like as we move into the next phase of the presentation.
All right. Thank you, Siri. And so I saw it looks like Vice Chair Fowler has, oh, you got your hand up. Oh my gosh, I better go to you with that hand waving there.
Who's that?
That's Lena.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Erica. Thank you. Great presentation. Really makes you think. You know, we have several things we have to really look at. We have the age group, that's 65, where retirement, there goes institutional knowledge. How do we groom ones that are coming in and here they leave too early to be able to really grasp what the job is? That is really, and then at the same time, we're constantly, you know, looking at the regional market to ensure that we're competitive as a local government. It's very difficult. So yeah, the 10-year plan and where are we with our budget is very important. Of course, we want to make sure that we are competitive and making sure that we do not, you know, with the health costs going up, and making sure that they do, at least we take care of them in, this is what we did the last time, you know, cover the increase in the healthcare. But the $1 increase is, I think it's very good. I like that idea, and just the cost of living, we just can't control it. And it's a pretty scary place that we're at. And you have really researched your staff. It looks really good. I really like the way that you laid it out and how you came in, looking back and seeing where we are, which you always do anyway, but still, you know, the interesting that we have these turnovers of the same positions, it looks like, and just wondering how we can work with workforce development, or maybe with the universities, to let the universities, community colleges know what kind of staff are hard to fill. And also staff that leave too early, maybe we need to work with them, with our partners, to see how we might be able to bring people in that really need to stay here. So, you know, I know that we've talked about like with the courts, going out and working with the universities, but I think we should do that with all the staff. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and roll through, just go numerically. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the presentation. And I know you aren't asking for action today, but a couple of questions that I do have is, number one, and the chair put his finger on it, it's going to be important for us to take a look at that 10-year plan and budget capacity. I mean, obviously, we looked at the budget. We did approve a raise for our very hardworking employees here at the county. And so obviously we thought we did what we could at that time. if things have changed such that we can look at doing more, I'd certainly be willing to take a look at that. I think it's very important that we, the county, remain competitive and that we maintain our retention of our employees. It's very costly, and not just in dollars, it's costly in terms of time and in terms of service to our community. So obviously I'd be very interested in that. So I look forward to more information on that. And then a question I have is, and you pointed that the City of Flagstaff had done a classification study and had taken a look at restructuring their classifications. Has the county done a job audit recently? Take a look at the classifications within the county, make sure that they're good, they're consistent, that the job descriptions actually do meet that classification. Because I've worked in many organizations, and that certainly does cause a lot of dissatisfaction with employees who feel that they're doing more and they're getting less. And so one of the ways to maintain that parity and that fairness is through periodic job audits, just to make sure that we're good and being consistent. So and I don't know if you have information you can provide me, that would be great. And I look forward to more information on the budget.
Sure, thank you.
Did you want to respond to that one, Erica?
Yeah, sure. I didn't know if we had time. Great. Yeah, so Supervisor Horstman, yes, we do audit them regularly, and we try really hard to audit them as we post jobs too, to work with the department and make sure that those jobs are accurate, they're describing the work that's being done, because jobs grow over time. Also looking at the market, especially if we're having a hard time filling a job, looking at why people are leaving, what are the skills needed to be successful in these roles. We haven't done a comprehensive external consultant study in a while. It's been a bit. We have done those in my tenure here, but we haven't done an external comprehensive look in a while. And we do want to do even more of that internally in the new year. Our focus right now is really on staying ahead of minimum wage and trying to invest those dollars there. And so that's something that I am really focused on, but do want to, and we have a process for departments to bring reclassifications forward. So if they believe that there needs some change on their grade of their job and the way that job looks, then they can bring that forward through a process. And we have a steady stream of those throughout the year, every year, and happy to partner with the departments on those.
Very good. Thank you for your information. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez, Rodham.
Thank you for the presentation. Very enlightening, seeing the numbers and seeing how the county is dealing with compression. The area that really stuck out with me was the cost of living, in particular housing. And so, it just occurs to me that until we can help find some solutions for the housing in our area, we can get some great candidates, but they're not going to stay because they can't make a living here. They can't survive. And so, as we're looking through, with our ARP and some of our partnerships with our community members, what are some of our community organizations? What are some of those things that we can do to help support that? Because in the long term, that's going to help us as well retain our staff. So thank you. I really appreciate the presentation.
All right. And Supervisor Begay, Judy.
Thank you, Patrice. You touched on some of the things I wanted to bring up, but I think we're talking about retention of our employees, and one of the slides you showed that McDonald's is starting their staff at $16 an hour to $35 an hour. That is the reason why it's very, very important that you go do an external, because the external search and find out exactly what others are paying for almost the same kind of jobs, because that's where we might even be losing them. We might be losing people in that way. And so that's one thing that should be done is, and I think you're doing everything else right. It's just that we got to go find out what the city AAs, our administrative staff, are doing. Administrative is what are the titles here. administrative specialist 1, 2, 3, and what are, those salaries over there. Not only that, but, with the public schools, people within, in the Flagstaff area. So I really would like to see something like that because that would tell us if we're at the lowest of the totem pole, or we're like the midway, and how are we going to attract and how are we going to continue to retain employees. So that's one area that I I would like to see when it comes back to the board. And then also the 10-year plan. Seems that we have the 10-year plan over here. We're doing it a midterm here. We approve some salaries. So all of that, where does it tie in? Maybe an example of a couple of them, like this person is a administrative specialist. This person has made this before the time that there was an increase, and now we're doing the dollar, and then now we're planning this in the 10-year plan. How is it going to look? So I think, that way it would be good. And then detention support specialists, of course, even the area of detentions, I think that within 2 years, every year, 19, 20, and the 21, detention officers are just leaving left and right. Detention support specialists, what are we doing? What is going on? So we really need to maintain this. Those are hard to fill. So how are we going to do that as far as retaining employees and making sure that they're there? That might be something that they might even be an in-house thing. Sometimes you have to go deeper and look deeper to find out ways, what's really the bottom, to bring up these things to par. So the cost of living, yes, it's there, and we all know that, and it's hard to take control of that or anything like that. You just have to make sure that our staff are well paid, and that that they're being paid for the job that they're doing with the COLA increases. And I see that you've been giving raises throughout the years, except I think 1 or 2 years. Where did I see that one? What slide was that? But anyway, I think that's the area, and you are also talking about increasing the range grades of 7 and 8 to the lowest grades by 75 cents an hour. This would result in the minimum of their lowest grade being $17.57 per hour. So that one. So we're talking about $1. We're talking about 75 cents. We're talking about cost of living increase. All of this. So we really. I would like to see as a board member, taking some examples and just say, this is where this person was now. We did this and this and this, and this is what we're planning to do. That way we probably would be, I would feel more comfortable with that, because you have to look at all angles, and this is a very sensitive topic, because we don't want staff to leave, because of salaries, and and there's at least 8% of them, and are saying that they left because of higher wages. And then on top of that, of the top 1, 2, it says for personal reason. People would just want to put personal on there because they're not satisfied with their salary too. So that part of that could be that too. So you kind of be thinking about that in the back of your head, and trying to see how the salary is going to do. I'm for making sure that we're paying our people right, and that we're retaining them, and then making sure there's all sorts of job opportunity, trainings available for them on the job training, with different people as that are doing the same kind of work. But I'm really concerned about the detention portion of it, because the 3 straight years in a row, those people are just leaving us left and right. So we really need to find out why that's happening. It might just be the wages too. So anyway, that's my take, but Patrice touched on it, and also Matt touched on some of the stuff that I was going to say. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
And then Erica and your staff, thank you everyone that's been working on this. I know it's a tedious job. I've been there. I've done that. So it's hard. It's hard.
Well, you love numbers, right? There you go. The number people. All right.
So, Steve, you have the
Yes.
American Rescue Plan.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair and members of the board, thank you for the feedback on the compensation proposal. As I indicated, and we all know that there are a lot of different dimensions to employee engagement and fulfillment. Compensation is one of them. So, providing, certainly the opportunities for advancement, also looking at a very structurally strong performance appraisal process is important. We all need feedback in what we're doing and how we're doing as employees. Also looking at, of course, our culture as an organization, and for those individuals that have chosen to leave the county for other reasons, I want to know that. I mean, we all want to know that. I think as leaders and those in governance roles, we certainly want to know on the exit interviews. I've heard my previous boss said, we want to know the good, the bad, and the ugly. And so that's a really important feedback to us as an organization to see how we grow. And I think we have some opportunities as we roll out our diversity, equity, and equity program later on this year, because of course that's another dimension of how we look at the organization and how we provide the opportunity for team members to say, I want to work at Coconino County because for all these reasons. And so that certainly is one of the things that we all want to hear. So again, for all these reasons, a lot of good information. Yes, the timing of it, we're kind of coming to you mid-year. But what we found is during the annual budget process, we tend to kind of get into a lot of things are going through that funnel at the same time. And sometimes we don't have the opportunity to differentiate and to separate compensation and to give it really its just dues in terms of looking at it, looking at the details, unwinding it, because we say often, and we hope it's true that our employees, our team members, are our most important assets. Well, then let's look at that. Let's take the time and understand all the pieces to our compensation program and all the things we just talked about today. So with that, thank you to Erica and the team for providing a lot of information. We provided the PowerPoint to you. Certainly we'll have the opportunity to debrief with you to follow up on any questions that you might have on this and the presentation we're about to make on American Rescue Plan. So thanks, Mr. Chair. Without further ado, we can move on to that PowerPoint and again, provide opportunity for the board to provide some impact. So again, we're here to provide an update on the American Rescue Plan discussion, which will include also references to one-time funding that we've identified again as another revenue source in the discussions today. So the next slide, feedback, updates, and questions follow. So again, when you all are here in meetings, we listen, we take notes. We take a lot of notes. All the staff is taking notes about, Patrice said this, Matt said this. We are really interested because we want to know that. And so any comments or statements that you've made in meetings is really key to how we then go back and research the information and provide it back to you. And so that certainly is what we're doing today. So some of the questions that we've received either in listening to your conversations today in the board meeting, but also during our individual briefings with you are these items, capacity for community funding. Yes, looking at, the community funding as a pool of funding that's proposed to be used for external partnerships. That's very important. Certainly the investments that we do in the community are going to have similar dividends in terms of creating more resilient, vibrant communities. And so looking at the external world is important as it is looking internally. Next, the sustainability of our projects. Again, these are one-time dollars. This is, as we indicated in the past, this is an unprecedented opportunity for local governments to look at these funds and to direct those investments in ways that truly make a big difference in the lives of our public and our communities. And then, of course, going back to the impact of our funding in the fiscal year 23 budget, what's that going to look like? Since we're doing a lot of budget work, and we've actually continued to do budget work well into October from a budget process that began earlier this year. And so looking at that in terms of what does the 23 budget process look like as we talk about funding today. Provide additional detail on the recommended projects. And so in the presentation today, we've begun to add a little more descriptive words to the recommendation titles. And so just a couple of sentences on what are those recommended projects look like. There are some projects that, quite honestly, we're still creating content and context to, but your questions and comments certainly help guide us in providing additional information in those areas. A couple other questions is, did our K-12 system receive funding, ARP funding, possibly through the Department of Education? And then same thing, also looking at our criminal justice system. In this case, did the criminal justice system receive additional funding from the state of Arizona, as the state, in addition to local governments, all received funding from the federal government during this time. So those are the types of questions that we've received. We want to continue to receive your thoughts and your comments and your questions, because again, that helps us hone down or really focus in on some very important feedback back to you all. Okay. Next slide. So here on the community funding allocation. So currently the recommendation proposals that we provided to you allocates a little over $5 million to community projects and partnerships. And this is in addition to recommended community-oriented projects that are delivered through the county, such as, of course, COVID response. So all the things we're doing in COVID response are for the benefit of the public as the public health system for the county. That is our mission and that is our role in our community. So COVID response is part of that. Providing additional supports for senior citizens in some of the areas as it relates to home delivered meals for some of our homebound elderly. Again, that's another focus when we look at vulnerable populations and those most in need. So again, funding for that. The superintendent of schools has provided a very comprehensive proposal related to social emotional health for youth. And so that's an important project, of course, as we look at serving the community, particularly the younger age groups that we, of course, want to provide the supports for those individuals to become productive contributors to our communities. And so that's important work that the superintendent of schools is involved in. And then looking at a pilot for behavioral health project. So again, we've talked about it in the last couple of presentations to the board. There are a lot of different dimensions to this. We see, of course, this as a thread that has been mentioned oftentimes when we speak to individuals, of course, in the education area, those in the behavioral health community, of course, discussing this with our criminal justice, constitutional officers and departments here at the county. That has been kind of a constant thread as we talk about some of the solutions to some of the challenges we're facing, really looking at the behavioral health component as important. Of course, allocating additional funds to community projects will require, and that's because there's a finite pool of funding. So the county received about $29 million in funding. And so when we look at reducing a portion or expanding a portion, that'll just have a ripple effect. And we know that because there's a pie and it's only so large. And so looking at those adjustments that we make will have a corresponding impact on another recommendation area. Let's see, finally, current recommendation, utilize all ARP and one-time funding available. So again, when we talk about revenues, we have the revenue from the American Rescue Plan, but we also have one-time funding that is not tied to the American Rescue Plan. And this comes from what we've experienced and many local governments have experienced, a very active sales tax activity as a revenue source. And so we are looking at those dollars to be put into service. And so I think for the communities and of course you in your governance role, that the funds that we are proposing for use are in service. They're creating results. They're providing impact in the communities within Coconino County. And so again, what we're proposing is separate from, but we still have our policy-driven amounts as it relates to revenue smoothing and our overall contingency amount. And so we'll show this, of course, when we look at the 10-year plan on this topic. Next. So the sustainability of projects. So again, what is the sustainability strategy for ARPA funding? Projects that have been recommended are either time limited in response to impacts of COVID, or will require additional external funding post ARPA timeframe. And so again, we're looking at, these are one-time dollars. So there are several recommendations that look at a beginning and an end, reminding all of us that we have to, of course, have funds obligated by December of 24, and funds have to be completely spent down by December of 26. Looking at what the term obligated means is a little unknown at this time, because in terms of a budget, we have a budget that we adopt, of course, the spring of each year. How does the term obligated count as a requirement under the ARP fundings? And I know that Siri and the team we're looking at this because we really need to understand that definition a little bit more in terms of what obligated means. And so, but again, those funds, they're one-time funding. They come and they leave. But we do know that there are some projects and some pilots that we're going to be proposing, particularly in the area of behavioral health, mental health, that are going to need ongoing funding. And so, when we look at some of the funding that can be looked at, certainly there's a general fund opportunity. Of course, that's limited, but there's also other grants and external funding that we would be pursuing in those project programs that are in alignment to those types of revenue sources. We certainly know that when we're suggesting or when we're recommending some of the supports to the criminal justice area, we're looking at a caseload that has grown as a result of COVID. And so looking at the funding available is going to be important, because the funding requirements are that we need to be utilizing the funding to address COVID-related impacts. And so dealing with those conditions in some cases where you have provided the solutions and the condition has been minimized or has been mitigated, if you will, then there will be, as I said, some of the ramp down of funding in those areas as well. So I think I've covered those areas. Next slide. So at this time, I am going to turn it over to Siri Mullaney to walk through several slides focused on the budget, Mr. Chair. And Siri?
Thank you, Chair Ryan, Stephen, members of the board. So our next slide is a visual of really how we came up with all the budget recommendation and how all the pieces sort of fit together in the end. So we're calling this our fiscal year 22 budget puzzle. You can see that there are some pretty big bubbles. The lighter color bubbles really are all of the requests or needs. That's really a visual representation of all the things that we heard throughout the budget development process, as well as the ARPA project while we were soliciting feedback and surveys on projects and needs that fall more specifically under the American Rescue Plan Act. So over to the left, we had requests that were really more of a recurring nature. Our general fund SIR requests that come in every year as part of the budget process, as well as increases in mandates that come our way. We hear about those during the budget process, and then compensation needs that we were just discussing. So all of those really are greater than the funding we can apply to it, as represented by that smaller kind of green general fund recurring circle there. Is really, we can, when we are looking at these needs, the only funding source we really have for general fund recurring requests and our general fund mandates and compensation is the general fund dollars available. So, that's we had about $10 million worth of requests when we add all of that together, but available funding of 5 million. And so part of the puzzle was really coming up with a recommendation from the county manager's office that applies that $5 million against the request, meaning not everything can be funded. Just as every other year, there's some prioritization that happens in the budget process. But we took those general fund recurring dollars as kind of our first step. And that's what we discussed on September 7th. And again, today with compensation. And then as we move to the right side of the puzzle, we also have one-time needs, one-time SIR requests that came from departments in terms of facilities improvements, technology enhancements, just a variety of needs that may not align with the American Rescue Plan Act, but that are certainly important needs that we have as an institution, as well as our American Rescue Plan Act response costs that need to be covered, and other projects that align with the guidelines of ARPA. And so when we look at the funding available to address those needs, so again, requests in total, when we add all of that together, around $70 million, available funds between the general fund and between the American Rescue Plan Act of about 32 million. So again, that prioritization process was really important. But over to the right, the smaller bubble, we have the limited term funding through ARPA, and that can only be applied to those things that fall under response and eligible projects as they're defined in the guidance. So we have to be very careful that we only take the funds that are represented in that ARPA limited term funding circle and apply it against ARPA response eligible requests. Then we also have general fund one-time capacity as a result of having our revenues rebound more quickly than our original scenario in combination with some of the strategies that were implemented during fiscal year 21. They were one-time strategies like hiring strategies, so delaying filling vacancies and holding off on some operational expenses. Those allowed us to create one-time capacity. And then as we look to the recommendation on ARPA, we also have the revenue loss component, because utilizing the revenue loss aspect of ARPA really gives us more flexibility in those dollars. So those dollars and our general fund really can go towards things that may be eligible under ARPA, but also things that are not, again, represented by that one-time SIR list. So all of that together really came in the form of the budget recommendation for FY22. On the left, then we had our general fund budget and our 10-year plan recommendations, as well as the compensation strategy that was just presented by Erica. And then to the right, we have our use of our one-time dollars that are really limited term in nature. So a project plan that's for implementation during fiscal years 22 through fiscal years 25. It includes ARPA. It also includes some other one-time investments of dollars over that time frame. So as we go to the picture on the next slide of how it kind of pulls together in terms of our budget process throughout the rest of the ARPA time frame, we have our ARPA time frame on top, where we're asking the board to make a recommendation, and we will then continue to have monitoring and reporting requirements that will carry through the duration of that funding. Many of them are prescribed federally of how we need to manage the funds, and some of it will be more informational for the board. But within that time frame, we also have our annual budget process. So the first gray box below represents fiscal year 22, where there was a general fund recurring recommendation. Once those service improvement requests are funded, they remain in the budget as recurring allocations. We also have one-time allocations and the ARPA allocations that are being recommended to start in FY22. But we know the time frame for that is through really December 2024. So that's fiscal year 25 budget. So next year, as we're developing our fiscal year 23 budget, we will look at, again, what is the status of our general fund? What capacity do we have, if any, to make recurring adjustments? And so ask the board then to approve recurring recommendations. It may be increases in mandates, it may be compensation, or it may be other service improvement requests, just like we saw on the other slide. But it's also our opportunity then to check in on our one-time capacity, our one-time allocations in those projects, as well as ARPA. We are asking, of course, that the ARPA recommendation come from the board up front, so that anyone who's receiving those funds, whether it's departments or external partners, can plan for that funding and have a commitment of ARPA dollars. But we absolutely want to keep the board informed throughout the budget process on those ARPA dollars. So how is the expenditure rate going, and what are the outcomes that are being reported to us through the partnership process. And so we'll give you a chance to take a look at the original allocations, and there could be potential for reallocation just simply if it looks like we're not going to be able to make our time frame if we're expending the funds, because we want to make sure the board is able to maximize that investment and we're not leaving any dollars on the table. But there will be an opportunity to review all of that information each fiscal year. So as we go through the budget process, they look very similar, 23, 24, and then in 25, we're really in wrap up mode there. You can see that final red box at the bottom where the ARPA funding is ending. So we do want to make sure then during that time frame that we have all of our obligations in place and solidified so that by that December 2024 deadline, we've committed all of our funds. So then the next slide is really the picture of the general fund and the 10-year plan outlook. So just to orientate you on this one a little bit, it looks a little different because we kind of crunched some of those years. So you'll see we have our 22, 23, 24, and 25 across the top, which is in alignment with that ARPA timeframe we were just looking at. And then we just cut out a few years to go to our last year of the plan, which is fiscal year 30 for the full picture. And then down on the left, there are some red circles. So you'll see intergovernmental revenue is circled as well as operations. So what this really does is it folds in that revenue loss allocation and really adds it to a general fund intergovernmental revenue, as well as increases operations in fiscal year 22. That's just in terms of allocation. So we're just showing we're aligning it as a one-time increase in revenue or resources that then ends after fiscal year 23, but then also one-time investment. The categories will definitely be different, and this will actually be handled through the ARPA fund, but you can see that it gives us that capacity. It's one-time capacity that we may carry over year to year. The spending timeline might change over time. This also includes the recommendation for compensation. And I want to point out, so when we did the budget recommendation back in May, when we were doing the board meetings, we only had the 3% scenario. But in the meantime, there have been a couple assumption changes that have happened. Compensation continued to emerge even after the 3% turnover was going up. The request really was, what assumption changes can we make, or what does the scenario look like to address compensation now? Because we're experiencing the turnover rate now. There's a lot of pressure on our employees that's happening right now. So one of those things that we looked at, you can see in fiscal years 24 and 25 are outlined on here in the box. That's our recessionary outlook. So those are the years we have built in recessionary revenues. And we can see that as we look from fiscal year 23 to 24, a decline in revenue, when typically revenues would be going up in general if we weren't in our recessionary outlook period. So for FY 24 and 25, those are the timeframes that we're looking at potentially being in recession. And historically, the way the county has done pay increases for employees is really resources dependent. And one of those is, it's looked at differently during recessionary period. So similar to fiscal year 21, where there was not merit or market or any kind of pay adjustments recommended or implemented for staff, we also pulled that recommendation back for fiscal year 25. So essentially we're investing the dollars we had as a placeholder in 25 in the fiscal year 22 budget as part of that recommendation. As you look at the salary line, you can see that from 23 to 24, we have an assumption that there will be some sort of merit or market pay increase that is incorporated into the budget. But as we look from 24 to 25, the salaries really only increase about $300,000. And what that represents is a statutory increase we know that's coming in some of our constitutional officer pay. That was part of the budget that was recently passed, or some of the changes to statute. So those will be implemented for fiscal year 25, but we do not have a general across the board assumption built in. So that was one of the ways that capacity was created to stay in balance in our long-term outlook and be able to invest more dollars now into compensation as we're needing it, as that has emerged as a need. So that was one of the major changes that was made. We also talked about just a few of the other assumptions in terms of our comfort level with continuing different revenue sources, one of those being our SRS funding, for example. We have historically only aligned the revenue with that, with the current authorization period, but we have continuously seen reauthorization in some form. So that was one of the other assumptions we made, that in some way or some form, we would continue to see a reauthorization of SRS funding. So between that, we were able to create the capacity. So as we look across the bottom, our net change in fund balance. Again, so we have a pretty much a balanced outlook for fiscal year 22. 23, assuming that we do not go into recession in our outlook frame for fiscal year 23, but that instead we do that in 24 and 25, we would be applying some of those dollars we have accumulated in fund balance now for the revenue smoothing. So again, continuing operations without budget reductions during a period of lower revenues, being able to sustain our operations in 24 and 25. So you can see a net change in fund balance planned out for those years. But really, we're applying our reserve capacity that we've built up now, knowing that we are in a bit of a bubble period. If we were to look at kind of a sustainable line, we're experiencing higher revenues, but that during that period, we expect our revenues to be below what's our typical sustainable level, and require then the application of fund balance to avoid any budget reductions. But by the end, so then fiscal year 30, really what it looks like is we have a net change of fund balance of negative $2 million. As we were going through our recommendations, we just recognized fiscal year 2030 is a long time out. That really represents about 2% in total of our budget. So in terms of a margin of error, we're within like 2% of being balanced on our revenues and resources. And so we have other strategies that we want to explore during that time frame in terms of how we budget and forecast to make sure that we stay in alignment. But it certainly was felt that we were within sort of a reasonable margin of error, given that we're looking 10 years out. So that's what that $2 million net change in fund balance represents. And so with all of the assumptions presented, including the ARPA recommendations, the one-time investments in the SIRs and using the revenue loss capacity, as well as the compensation in the fiscal year 22 recurring recommendations, we do anticipate still having unreserved fund balance throughout the life of the plan of 2.7 million, which is one-time dollars. And again, as that was discussed, it's really being reserved as a bit of a contingency, if you will. We may have things that don't fall under ARPA that are emerging needs that come up. We may have other things, emergencies or things that happen in that time frame. So the unreserved portion of 2.7 million really helps as we're talking about making an investment of about 32 million of one-time funds to have, again, just some capacity to address things as they come up throughout the life of the funding. So that was a lot. I want to pause and see if there's questions on this. If it addresses a question from compensation, if you need me to do it again slower, just let me know.
Actually, I compliment you on your pace. It's been really good, Siri. But it is a lot of information. Let's just pause and see if anybody has questions at this point. And I'm not seeing questions bubble up just yet. And we have plenty of opportunity to follow up. You go crunch these numbers in your brain again afterwards and follow up with Steve and Siri on that. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody. Go ahead.
Okay, so moving on to the next section. I think we're going to kick it off. Just a reminder, these slides were presented last time. It's just some information again on the ARPA funding. So we do, as an organization, have reporting requirements. Quarterly reports are required through project completion. The focus of those reports for an organization our size or a community our size are really financial in nature. Fortunately, we don't meet the threshold of population that requires a little more intense performance reporting, but that doesn't mean that we aren't going to request that information and be keeping the board informed on the projects and some of the outcomes that result. But we will be definitely adhering to all of our reporting requirements required under the ARPA guidelines. And the other important part of that is, because we know that we will be audited, we know that appropriate use of these funds is very important. We do have a team that is looking at all of the documentation as funds are being expended, and making sure that we have everything in place to go through our audit processes and to justify the use of the funds. So again, the period of performance goes through December 2026 is really the final absolute end of the reporting and completion. We have to have all funds paid out through 2026, but they have to be obligated by 2024. So again, we're working on a very firm definition of what obligated means. It is a bit of a legal term. So we are getting that put together. So we have, again, by the time we're looking at that December, we want to make sure that we have completely obligated all of our funds under ARPA. And then we have to pay them all through that December 31st, 2026 date. And as we look at the funding categories, again, just as a reminder that helps lead into the recommendations that were made, really, we are only allowed to expend our ARPA funds on eligible expenditures for supporting public health response to COVID-19, addressing negative economic impacts, replacing the public sector revenue loss, which was one of the recommendations you saw, and then investments in water, sewer, broadband, and infrastructure. And it's just really important that we continue to keep this in mind as we're allocating funds and as we're working with departments on their allocation, that we really have to be able to come back and tie it to the guidance and tie it to an allowable use. And then finally, on the structure and process for it. So again, the categories you saw on the last slide, we have to be able to tie to those categories, but there's definitely discretion then within the ARPA funding that's allocated to departments on how they're using it. We did receive project plans and we received requests for funding and requests for expenditure, but things will change throughout. One example, the HHS department, for example, has forecasted the cost of covering expenses for COVID response that's not covered by any other source. But as of right now, they had an estimate of, it may mean maybe some storage of PPE, or it may mean doing something with the tent or other things, but the situation could change. So the category is really expenditures that's recommended, expenditures to respond to COVID-19, but less prescriptive than within that, as long as the department is using it for an allowable use. So the departments will retain their discretion within the proposal and the guidelines. And that's essential so that it can be flexible throughout the period of the funding. But just again, as a reminder, we are responsible as a county and accountable to our audit on this. And so we have to be in alignment with the eligibility guidelines. So discretion is there within, again, the framework just of the rules and the regulations regarding the use of the ARPA funds. So I think with that, I'll turn it back over to County Manager Peru for additional comment.
Mr. Chair, we're going to now go into some of the recommendation detail, but I did want to make just a quick comment on, while we're tracking a lot of information, of course, in terms of related to our American Rescue Plan Act, we're also, of course, keeping our eye out on other acts that are coming down through the system. And so, of course, the infrastructure bill is going to have, once it gets through the process, is going to have huge opportunities in a lot of different areas related to infrastructure. And then also the Build Back Better plan that's also under consideration by Congress at this time will have a lot of different opportunities that as it relates to workforce development, caring for families. I know education's part of that. So again, a lot of different opportunities there. And so we'll be keeping our eyes on those opportunities, not only as the county is the grant recipient, but I think oftentimes, and maybe we don't always realize that we certainly, when we find something coming down the pike, it may not fit within the local government channel, but we could also, of course, give that out and create a network to the nonprofits so we can let them know of the funding availability that's coming down the pike that may be more in alignment with the nonprofit relationship as opposed to local government relationship. So again, that's something we're tracking. The next few slides, we're going to go into a little more detail on the recommendations that you receive. And so Lucinda's going to start out, and then Sue Brown is going to come in with some slides as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Lucinda at this time.
Great, thank you, Steve.
Go ahead.
Oh, good afternoon, Chair and board members. I think many of these line items will look familiar, should look familiar. Basically, what we did is we took the line items that were presented as recommendations during the last presentation and provided some additional detail. And I believe that in terms of the departments and so forth, I think we do have some of those directors online. If there are some specific questions that you might have, and frankly, probably to keep moving through this, we may just collect those and get back to all of you with the answers. But with that, you can see the list here and some additional detail for you regarding, for example, the COVID expenses, the pandemic team, which of course falls under, these all fall under Health and Human Services, and providing some additional information. I think, again, to emphasize with the COVID related expenses and pandemic team, that HHS developed basically a matrix that showed us the different grants that had been secured, some are in process as well, and then looked at how to plan for the reductions, over this time frame. And so there are some grants that are in place now, and these funds would come into play when those funds are exhausted or terminated per the grant. And so there's quite an elaborate process over the next 4 years in terms of being able to continue to fund adequate COVID response and all the associated services relative to that. So I believe the next slide, we'll go to the next slide here. And then there was discussion, of course, quite a bit of discussion about the pilot behavioral health and crisis response potential program that had been recommended. This youth resource, youth mental health resource and intervention model that was discussed, this alcove model, and including looking at, deflection and diversion capacity and support from HHS for those efforts as well as the superintendent of schools programming. So this provides some additional information in terms of what was recommended. And then here again, you can see within this ARPA recommendation for ARPA eligible recommendations, we had a total of requests of about 13.5 million, and we are recommending 8 million in funding. So that provides some more additional information. Sue's going to walk through a few sheets as well, and then it'll come back to me to cover the one-time funding that we had discussed and recommended again during the last meeting with some additional detail on that. And then, we'll move through the rest of the presentation and of course to questions. So next slide there, and this will move over to Sue. Sue.
Thank you, Lucinda. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, what you see here are the recommendations that cover the criminal justice system, and we'll go item by item basically and give you a little bit of detail on them. For the clerk of the court, we're recommending $820,000, which includes staffing funds and improvements for the law library for the additional staff for 2 years. All of the CJ recommendations were reduced to a 2-year period of time to cover the period of the excessive caseload caused by COVID. For the new division of Superior Court, again, a pilot division for 2 years, and it's an installation of a new division, and it includes a bailiff, mental health coordinator, and some upgrades to courtroom technology for 1.6 million for that covers the full 2 years. For Flagstaff Justice Court, it's a half-time project tempore judge, 2 court specialists, and some audio systems for a total of 370,000. For the public defender, it's 2 admin specialist ones, 1 investigator who also acts a little bit in the capacity of a case manager, and 1 attorney to support increased caseload. And that again is 525,000 for 2 years. For the county attorney, it's 1 media redaction specialist to cover all of the videotape they get, 1 civil legal assistant, 1 intake specialist for a total of $339,000 for 2 years. For adult probation, we have a recommendation for 1 caseworker and 2 pretrial service workers. In addition to that, we have an increased cost for urinalysis as we get the bulk of those cases rolling through of about $135,000 a year, and one-time upgrade to some electronic signature software for a total for 2 years of $547,000. For juvenile, you see Triple P Parenting Program, a non-detention alternative called HALO. Extraordinary work there. Transition School Prevention Program funding for $136,000 for 2 years again. Criminal Justice System Mental Health. This one is an investment in mental health navigation and for defer and deflect programs and collaboration programs with HHS and other partners, including the sheriff. And at this, we have recommended about $1 million across the criminal justice system. So definitely a lot of collaboration there to allocate that into individual departments. Criminal justice system technology needs, in addition, a recommendation for $200,000 for a total of recommendation for over 2 years for $5.6 million from requests of $7 million. Next. And that's Lucinda.
All right, next is the detail related to the revenue loss and fund balance recommendations that we made again at the last meeting. And I think we talked about this quite a bit last time in terms of the various projects that are noted here relative to facilities. Again, those are really focused on the ventilation, sanitation, security, but particularly the heating and ventilation and cooling systems. Many of those units on our buildings have reached their useful life and are well past their useful life, actually. And so we're fully expecting that they are going to succumb. And frankly, you begin to spend so much money on maintenance, have so much downtime that you have to address this. And when they fail, then it becomes an emergency. And frankly, you spend a whole lot more trying to get out people to make the replacements. So if we can plan these, we can save significant amount of money. So, and again, that totals the 4.3 million. Information technology, again, to support the overall system with improvements and maintaining that system, security, ability, functionality. Our ability to provide services today is very much tied to our technology and continuing to move forward with digital transformation. I think we found through the experience with COVID that many customers do now want to use digital methods to interface with us, and we have to keep up with those changes and expectations. Funded a rural broadband consultant. Again, we're fully expecting that the infrastructure bill, when approved, one of the cornerstones of that bill is a significant expansion of broadband in rural areas. This will help facilitate making good decisions about where to invest. Parks and Recreation, I think, as everyone's aware, we've invested a significant amount of money in bringing the sewer system to Fort Tuthill, as well as the opportunity to provide water service there as well. And we need to continue with that expansion now to pick up various services, and not only for the historic quad, but working with many of our partners to fund this as well. So the sheriff's office, there's some specific investments relative to search and rescue capital, some physical equipment and things that they need to be able to continue to perform their work. And I know in particular, the taser devices were something that was very important to the office to be able to update and expand the use of those. And so that totaled $500,000, 500,000. Again, for this overall area, the total initial request was a little over 25 million, and we're recommending $10.4 million in funding. So with that, I think it goes back over to Steve.
Thanks, Lucinda and Sue and Siri. Mr. Chair, again, this was another opportunity to provide additional information, new information provided to you today, focused on the compensation plan investments, additional information, of course, additional just detail on the recommendations. Of course, certainly more opportunity for board input. We are going to be scheduled to come back on October 26th to gather some direction and action on the part of the board. So until then, certainly here to answer any questions that you might have on anything we presented today. Thank you.
All right, let's go out to the board and questions and comments. Patrice, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, thank you. And I know that there has been a lot of thought and consideration that has been placed into these recommendations. And I do want to compliment Steve, you and your staff on an excellent job on really trying to make the best decisions we can for the most people here in our county. And I really want to applaud you for that work, and appreciate certainly the input of the Board of Supervisors in helping to set the direction as we move forward with this once in a lifetime funding. It's an exciting opportunity for us, an exciting opportunity to help our community. So I appreciate that. I do, and I know we've talked about community funding allocation and working with our community partners, and you're setting aside a 5 million allocation with that. I think that's a wonderful opportunity, again, to work with our community partners to provide the needed services for those here in Coconino County. I had mentioned before, I know others have mentioned housing, and I'm not sure if that is included, but I am going to highly recommend the need for us to really look at partnering with housing solutions here and coming up with affordable housing, transitional housing opportunities here for Coconino County. Remains a number one, at least the top 5 issues here in the county. So I would continue to encourage that. It was so wonderful. We got to go to Housing Solutions and take a look at some of the opportunities for transitional housing that they're partnering with others on. And I'd like us to be part of a solution as well for that. And then I do have a question, and that is, I know this has been said a couple of times. I note that the Arizona Daily Sun had a nice article about the county and what they're doing when the consideration that they're making with the ARPA funding. I know we can do investments in water, sewer, broadband, and infrastructure. And it was my understanding that some of these investments may in fact include flood mitigation efforts. Obviously, that's one of many. But I note that the paper basically indicated that we cannot, that those restrictions are unlikely that the funding can be used for the recent flood events. I guess I'd like clarification because it was my understanding that we could use some of this money for infrastructure, including flood mitigation.
I'll start and I'll let Lucinda follow. So as we look at the regulations and the guidelines for ARP, it does not line close enough that we would feel confident that undergoing an external review that it would count. So that's one part of it. At the same time, we know we certainly, and this has been evidenced in our experience with Schultz Fire. We utilized other funding that we could either through the county general fund or the flood control district to make local matches to the extent that we could. And so having some of the guidelines that we're working with, some of these funds, it is more restrictive. And so again, we want to make sure that whatever we're putting forth towards any emergency, whether it's museum or other emergencies here at the county, that those guidelines are closely met. But again, it does not lessen, of course, the willingness and the desire on the part of the county to be active in the solution development of solutions for those issues. And so, Lucinda, you want to add to that, please?
Certainly, thank you. I think that what's another aspect to this is that Senator Wyden also incorporated into the ARPA legislation some funding that will be directed to public lands counties. And to date, we haven't received any guidance whatsoever on that. So we don't have any sense about how that could be used. Our expectation is that it will, that there'll be some potential relationship back to public lands. And certainly if that is the case, and I think right now the early discussions we've had is that we would recommend allocating some of those funds toward museum mitigation, flood mitigation, as well as to forest restoration. And so, but importantly, as Steve pointed out, we're also pursuing Natural Resources Conservation Service emergency watershed protection funding. We've identified a large project, I'll say set of projects, but project above the city, both on and off forest. And, there'll be a need that is, as it was with the exigency, it's at 75-25. So we will need to match that if the board elects to go down that path and fund that work. Had a good conversation today with the Forest Service locally about that. And so yeah, we're going to need funds if we want to address the mitigation, long-term mitigation, and frankly, to continue to respond as well simultaneously as we get that done. Well, it's clear if we don't reduce the sediment above the city, then any expansion within the city of the drainage system will be very ineffective. So.
And Lucinda, I know how hard the county is working and how hard we are all working to get additional funding sources for this. So I'm not in any way, shape, or form talking about that. We need to continue that advocacy. My question, though, remains, and I think from the county manager, what I'm understanding is there is some concerns that using this money for flood mitigation, for example, the museum fire, may not meet the requirements under ARPA. Is that
actually to date, in terms of the input that we've gotten, the infrastructure breadth is pretty wide in terms of opportunities.
So it's possible we can?
It may be possible. It may be possible, but again, we're expecting that this other funding may be a more appropriate set of funding to use for that purpose.
Yeah, and I want to tell the county manager, we want to make sure we've dotted our I's and crossed our T's on this. We don't want to expend money what we think are ARPA funds and then get told it wasn't ARPA funds and we've got to pay out of our general fund. That would be a tragedy, obviously. So But I just wanted clarification on that. So thank you.
Yeah, and I
Beth.
think that's why we're leaning toward the potential of using these other funds that likely will be more potentially directed at those types of things, right?
Thank
Watershed
you.
restoration and forest restoration.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I would agree with what you're suggesting there, Patrice. We don't want to claw back on it. And actually, as I was listening to Siri, I was thinking of Judy repeating that we want to make sure that we have accountability when Siri was presenting our reporting pieces, but really critical that we use it in the right way. Let's roll through it numerically just to keep it simple and people know when they're coming up. I'll swing to Geronimo next.
Thank you for the presentation this afternoon. I really appreciate seeing the detail and see, I know a lot of thought has come into this and have watched you develop this over the last couple months as the parameters have been set and whatnot. And I'm really encouraged by the proposal that's been set out. I just want to reiterate what Supervisor Horstman said about affordable housing. I think that's something that we need to be a part of the solution for, and want to see ways that we can help support those efforts here in Flagstaff, but in Coconino County in general. And then other than that, I think it's going to be a very interesting conversation with our community partners to see what kind of programs we fund and what kind of services that we help support. And I'm looking forward to those conversations. Thank you.
All right, next, let's go to District 4, Supervisor Begay. Judy.
Just a couple of comments. I think it's very important that we go and look into partnership opportunities just like with Housing Solutions, because we are part of the community and we serve the same constituents overall within our county. And so as far as the flood mitigation, I think it won't hurt to not to ask, they say no, then no means no. But, if in case the other funding doesn't come through, at least, we know that it can't be used, or if it can be used, then, I just find it an answer, I guess is what it is. So I think we talk a lot about affordable housing for our families here in the community, and a lot of it has to do that I know of is our veterans. I'm really hopeful that some of our veterans are afforded housing in with the Housing Solutions, and I was kind of happy about that when I was walking through. And so I just want to say that overall, I think this is probably the third time that we're discussing the recommendation details. And I'm really, really glad that, we're trying to help the Criminal Justice Department, with revenues or part of the ARPA funds. And I think mental health is a big issue that we really, really need to tackle. Like I say, always, we find people and, that we put them in jail and we release them the next day, and it's just a cycle. And, what are we doing, to help these people? We need to help them along and talk to them and give them some programs, and, that they need somebody there to help them and talk to them. So that's what I'm just thinking when I'm sitting here. And of course, information technology is really, really needed. If it's not upgraded, then it's not really helping us, with numbers, even for grant opportunities and stuff like that. So all in all, I'm really thankful, for the staff for putting this whole thing together and giving us some recommendations. And again, accountability. We really have to be careful, in a lot of ways, when we have funds that are coming our way. And it's just a matter of asking if it's eligible for those kind of activities. And if they say yes, then, we have to get it in writing so that, they don't go back and say, no, that was, you got to go back and use your general funds or, to take care of that. So I just want to say thank you, the staff, Lucinda, Sue, Siri. Thank you so much for the presentation, and your staff. Thank you.
All right, let's go to District 5, Vice Chair Fowler. Lena.
Yeah, thank you. What a process that we're going through, huh? You know, it's gonna continue, and it's so necessary. You know, we come up with all these ideas and then we narrow it down. And what is it that we really want? You know, we want to make sure that we have a positive impact on the in our community, sustainable. And what is that? You know, how do we find out what that is? Let's look at our census data. What is it telling us? Let's read the data and find out where the needs are. And what are those needs? We have partners, and they're knocking on the door and saying this is how much money we need. But at the same time, though, you know, look at the greater county to see what are the needs, where are people, where do they live, what are those needs within those communities? Do they have the resources right now? What can they turn to right now if it was to be today? And what is it that they can do in the future? Are there resources nearby? And how are those resources helping and assisting the needs that are there right now? You know, who are our partners? You know, we've been working on economic development recovery, working with the businesses. We have NAU as a partner, been doing the studies. And so, you know, how do we really look at this? You know, are we going to look at every proposal and based on that, you know, give money out in that terms when we think about communities, community partners, or are we going to really truly look at sustainable program? And so what is sustainable? What's going to make an impact in the future? What's going to lay down a foundation that people can stand on to feel better? What does that mean? Community, building a family, an individual, a family, and a community to feel better. What does that mean? You know, and how do we, and how much money is going to be dedicated to that, and how will it be used? Those are things that we need to think about. I think just having proposals come in, you know, those are people that have heard about, you know, that they can maybe get some funding from the county. There are others that have no idea they can do that. So we really need to look at through the whole county. And then we had NGS shutdown. Our demographics has changed. Our census data was interrupted. So now we have, and it has had a ripple effect throughout the whole county. So what is it that we need to do to rebuild? What does that mean? That's what we need to look at. And then internally, there are a lot of positions that are being outlined here for every department. A lot of positions for the health, for the public safety. You know, we know 65% are Native Americans that are in our system, walking through our system at any one day. So what does that mean? What does that mean? What kind of individuals should be hired? We've committed as a board to a very diverse staff to reflect our population. We have yet to get there. So with the positions that are being proposed, that's what we need to look at. We need to really be thoughtful on employing people. And when we talk about employment, when we talk about a new position, where are those people coming from? You know, those are things that we need to think about. There's this discussion about people not returning to work. When you look at, if we were to do a survey, I would think that it would be women that are not coming back to work. They're the majority. We don't have childcare. We don't even have a women's shelter. We just did a proclamation for domestic violence. So women are the central to a community. Children are attached to them. They're the ones that are trying to keep the family together. So how do we focus on them, women's issues at the same time when we're talking about building better? So there's a lot more discussions, I believe, that need to happen. There are internal reviews going on, and then we're looking at the external. So in that process, I think we need to look at the whole county and trying to see where the needs are and what are those needs and what are we basing the needs on. And that's where I think we need to really look at that. And then the programs or the nonprofits and partners that are coming up and saying we can help in this area, that is really good. We want a safe network of partners. But when it comes to actual delivery, can they really deliver in the locations that need to be delivered? That's another part that we have to look at. We have to be very realistic when it comes to that. So that would be my comments. I think that you're narrowing it down. I think we need to talk about it and revisit this again and continue to do so until we have it all figured out and we are all comfortable with the proposal that is coming through. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you, Lena. And, just my comments on it is obviously a lot of work going in on it. It's really hard. We have so many different areas, and so many different needs. It is trying to take that comprehensive look and how we can be effective associated with that. The outside agency component is, sometimes I think it could be agencies or it could be a particular need. I kind of look at it's internal, but it's similar is, there's the opportunity for sewers. And we're looking at Fort Todd Hill where we're just now finishing our first bathroom, but it barely even serves the population out there. We didn't have family restrooms, a really important element in current day to serve everybody in our community, speaking of equity and inclusion. So I think all in all, this is being refined. The really important piece is we're trying to target the intent of the plan, which is really good. While we also, we're a service-based organization. A lot of what we're doing, it is focused on that. If you take a look at the whole mental health arena and how you're trying to target it, depending upon where within the organization, we know that's been a need for a long time, and we're not going to resolve everything. And yet, by the same token, we have the opportunity to affect it a little bit more in these current, this current opportunity. The pilot opportunities we have for using the money, as some of these have been outlined, looking really good. I'm keeping my comments just general right now. I'm still, we have that bubble that keeps moving, and how does it move and what's the cause and effect? And I think, you can hear it from everybody here. We really want to affect what's happening to our communities and how we do it. So sincere intent of use of the funds. So that's about all I have from my side on it. Steve, do you have any follow-up you want to have on this?
Mr. Chair, we'll continue to, again, all of the comments that you've made today, we've been taking notes, and all of the information we'll continue to research and get back to you. But again, we are slated for a touch point. I'm going to kind of rephrase that October 26th meeting to have the opportunity, but at the same time, I think there is a lot of discussion to be had. And so I'm not sure, I'm going to be very frank with you, I don't know that October 26th is going to be the day where this is decided. There's just a lot of pieces to it, which we need to, do our due diligence and look into all of the different dimensions here. But I'm going to just kind of put that out there as I'm not going to create an expectation that a decision on the 26th is imminent, because I don't believe it is. So,
and just a thought to throw into that, Steve, is and/or you have an area that it's like, okay, this one is, we're there, that kind of thing. To put it completely together in a package, or do we take off pieces that we know we can move forward with? Just think about that. I don't know what the best piece is with that, but it might be a way of tackling this as well on that.
Yeah, we'll continue to refine it. It's an important enough, of course, everything we do and we provide to you is important. So really taking the time to look at the opportunities as well as some of the challenges that may have it, but no, we're on it. We're working on this. Okay.
All right.
The thoughtfulness and the concern for this community is extremely apparent, and I again want to commend you and the whole county staff as well as the input from this board on getting this done. It's exciting, and yet we want to make sure we do it right. So thank you.
Yes, well said. Anybody else? All right. It is 3:15. We've been going since 1:15. I would suggest that we take a 5-minute break so that we can come back. We do have items 20, 21, 22 and 23. It's information from the manager and the roundtable. And then we are posted for an executive session as well. That's scheduled for 3:50 at this point. So why don't we take 5, come back at 3:25, and we'll take a break. see Patrice out there. Boy, it's been some storm. Boy, we had a big lightning strike about 2 o'clock here. And
Wow.
somehow kept our electricity. So, wow.
Did you see there was a tornado it just came across.
Yeah.
Looks like west of Forest Lakes.
Yeah, west of Forest Lakes, over in the by the lakes over there. Yeah, so West is tracking it.
We are trying to confirm that right now with the fire district over there, but no, there's been no confirmation.
It's unconfirmed.
From the weather service that there was actually any tornado. So right now there was a warning that there may be, but there's been no confirmation.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, thanks. Let us know if you
Yeah.
hear any updates.
Certainly.
Let's see. Good thing is it's not a weekend, so less people down there if that were to occur. Hopefully it doesn't. Let's see. Geronimo and do we have Lena and Judy back here? I see Lena. There she is. All right. You're muted, but I saw the hello. It's me trying to read lips, huh? There we go. And Judy. Okay. Let's see, Steve, how are you doing? Do you have people you need?
Yes, I think we're all here.
Okay. Next item is we left off at item 22 earlier before we left lunch, and that one is discussion update from the county manager. Steve?
Yeah, just a couple of points, Mr. Chair, because I know we've put a good day's work already here. So a couple things in terms of the agenda for the planning calendar. So we are not scheduled to have a board meeting next week on the 12th. So the items that were scheduled been moved to either today or to the end of the month. But again, we are not having a board meeting. Of course, several board members will be attending the WIR conference in Salt Lake City. On the 13th at 4 o'clock, we have the Page Detention Center expansion opening. And so again, that's the 13th at 2 o'clock rather, 2 to 4. And I know that Sue Brown is going to be attending from the manager's office. Afterwards, on the 19th on the 19th, we have put a placeholder for the 19th to come together to consider county redistricting mapping scenarios, and that's a placeholder. Much of that is going to depend on our scheduling to sit down and do some scenario building. But again, that's a tentative hold on the 19th. And then on the 20th, we have a joint meeting with the Coconino Community College District Governing Board. And so again, that is on the 20th at 4 o'clock. This will be an in-person joint meeting at the CCC Lone Tree campus. And I'm working with Dr. Colleen Smith on the agenda for that meeting. And so, of course, looking at items of mutual interest between the community college and the county is what we're looking at. And again, that's on the 20th. And then, of course, on the 26th, we have a regularly scheduled board meeting, a number of items that will be on that agenda. So again, that's what's happening, at least for the month of October. Questions, comments, we can certainly, between myself and our clerk and everyone, Lindsay, we can respond to any questions you might have on the schedule.
Any questions at this point? We're going to be busy. You skipped the restroom. We had the ribbon cutting for the restroom on the 20th.
Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry. So, okay, so on the 20th at 2:45, the Fort Tudhill restroom ribbon cutting is taking place.
That's a historical moment, folks. So it really is.
And then for this week, I know that I'd mentioned earlier under the redistricting item, the Independent Redistricting Commission is going to be meeting on the 7th. We've asked the chair and the vice chair to make comments. Although I gave the agenda to our clerk, Lindsay Daly, to post as a quorum announcement so that other members of the board are able to be at the meeting to at least monitor the meeting proceedings. And I think that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. no further questions on that. Why don't we go through the roundtable and just do the numeric checking in with everybody. It's busy everywhere. We know that. And, we did just spend a lot of time last week at the County Supervisors Association working on legislation. But go to District 1, Supervisor Horstman. Patrice.
Yes, thank you. And yes, it has been busy, and I know we pretty much missed our roundtable last time. Just a couple of things, kind of old news because we missed it last time, but I think it's important to point this out. I do sit on the 4FRI stakeholders group, and I'm disappointed to report that the 2-year-long process and multiple extensions that were provided by the U.S. Forest Service for phase 2 of the RFP has not proved fruitful, and in fact, the U.S. Forest Service has canceled the RFP. Obviously, Coconino County has always deemed catastrophic wildfire and post-wildfire flooding the #1 safety risk. At least in recent years, that's been the case. And it's really important that we engage in forest restoration and forest management. And we're hopeful that the Forest Service and all the 4FRI stakeholders will move quickly to begin this new RFP process because we certainly do need to prioritize the health of our forests. Also, as I think many of you know, Grand Canyon Protection Act has been introduced by our senators here out of Arizona, Senator Kelly and Sinema. Basically, Grand Canyon Protection Act would stop any and all mining, uranium mining, and mining within the Grand Canyon National Park permanently. We have been attempting, and the county has supported the Grand Canyon Protection Act through annual resolutions. Every single time this has been introduced, we are hopeful that this time we'll get it done and get it past the goalpost and get this approved. I think all of us can understand and appreciate the importance of maintaining the beauty and preservation of the Grand Canyon, as well as protecting the health of our residents, and also acknowledging and supporting the indigenous tribes who have called the Grand Canyon their home for generations. To that end, I've been working with the Grand Canyon Trust. For the last 2 weeks, we have been meeting on Zoom, thankfully, not there in person, with various United States senators to urge the passage of the Grand Canyon Protection Act. And we are hopeful that, as I said, we're going to get it past the goalpost this time. The Grand Canyon Trust has asked that we sign on to a letter to the United States senators that we've been meeting with, again, just promoting the passage of the act. I've sent a copy of this to Steve and a copy of this to our chair. I'm hopeful I can get the authority from the board. It just pursues the advocacy and basically states what we've already passed in terms of our resolution, but we join others in this letter. So I look forward to that, and in hopes we can support that letter and get that forwarded on to the United States senators. Next, I've been involved with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, and their National Integrated Drought Information Systems. This was their first Southwest Drought Forum. I was pleased to be a local elected official that was asked to speak and present on behalf of counties here in Arizona during this forum. And I think it was very well received and an important conversation for all of us to continue and to take some action on here in northern Arizona. We know we are faced with a potential severe drought and water problems. One of the things that I was addressing was the declining water levels in the Colorado River, and again, as well as what drought is doing to our national forests in terms of wildfire and post-wildfire flooding. And last but not least, we have WIR coming up. There'll be a number of important committee meetings that will take place during the WIR conference, and also the NACO Public Lands Committee. We'll be doing some touring of public lands there in Utah. So look forward to that. And I know that we will have more information, both Supervisor Begay and Supervisor Follow, when we return after the WIR conference. So, Mr. Chair, it has been busy, but these are some of the highlights. So thank you.
So, pause on kind of legislative component. We could swing back that just for a half a second. This letter that you're proposing, it probably would be good for the board to see the letter, but it is pretty consistent with our positions that we've taken with that. Is it okay with the board that we take a look at that? You pause. If you have a recommendation, pass it over to Trey if you want to suggest modified language, but it is consistent with the positions we've held. Is there any reservation in moving forward with this letter?
Thank you. And obviously, I didn't want to set it up because I didn't want to violate the open meeting law. But
Yeah,
I would appreciate it if the county manager would forwarded that to all of our, to the other board members.
Trey,
yeah,
and I did ask for it in.
Yeah, it's a position that we have taken already. So it's, we're already there with where we were with the decision. It's just looking at the letter on that. Is the board okay with that? That we look at this letter and move it forward? Can you nod your head on that?
I've done that, Mr. Chair and Mr. Horstman. We've been in taking that position and sending letters, resolutions, and always been a part of our federal agenda. And our board letter just needs to be signed by the chair, and that represents the board signing a letter. So yes, Mr. Chair, I recommend that you sign that letter.
You okay with that, Geronimo and Judy? I mean, you'll have a chance to look at the letter also, just in case you have input on it. But make sure you don't convey it to the rest of the board if, in that way. Pass it to Trey if you have suggested edits. All right, there we go, Patricia.
Thank you very much.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Judy.
I would like to see the letter and make a comment if I have to. So just go ahead and send it my way. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, Patrice has that. She can convey it over, but work with Trey on that. That would be good. Okay. Next up, District 2, Geronimo.
Hi, everyone. I guess have a lot to cover, but do it quickly. A lot has happened in the last couple of weeks. First off, I didn't get to say it last time, but we did kick off Hispanic Heritage Month, and we're halfway through it already into the third week. There are different presentations going on. At lunchtime, the Chalks Lunch and Learn from 12 to 1. I'll be doing a presentation this Thursday about Guatemala and the Mayan calendar. And then again, I'll be doing another presentation on the 12th with other Hispanic elected officials to just talk about what that experience is like. Then I've been working with this group called HECHO, which stands for Hispanics enjoying camping and hunting and the outdoors. And we did a joint call with Senator Sinema's office about talking about environmental issues, plus the museum fire flood and the importance of the infrastructure bill that had natural infrastructure pieces in that bill. And so we spoke with her about or her representative about that. And then this Sunday, HECHO came up to Flagstaff with their team. They wanted to see the museum fire scar for themselves. So Supervisor Horstman, Chris Tressler, and Jay Smith and Arena, they all came with us, and we went up there and took them for a nice tour up to the burn scar and to see the area is affected upstream and then downstream into the sunny side. So that was a very productive Sunday afternoon or Sunday morning. And thank you, Patrice, for participating in that. It was great to have you there and to be able to really show the damage from all ends, to some folks that will be lobbying to the federal government to help us get funding for some of our mitigation efforts. So it was a worthwhile Sunday. Let's see. The one thing that I didn't mention last time that I really wanted to mention now, that was a really cool honor to be able to present and give a speech for the Teacher of the Year Award, Lifetime Achievement Award, to my former principal, Joe Gutierrez, who was one of my professional mentors for 14 years. And so it was a great honor to be able to provide the words for his Lifetime Achievement Award. I do have a copy of the video. I can send it to you guys if you ever want to see it, but I'm really proud of Joe and all the work he's done. Killips really had a rough time, this year with having to move across town and whatnot, and his leadership was holding it all together. So it was great to be able to honor him then, and it's great to continue to honor him now. So I also had the opportunity to attend the NACA 50th anniversary event with Supervisor Begay, and I was able to pick up an award on behalf of Supervisor Horstman for all her work with NACA over the years. And so she was given a Pendleton blanket, and so I received that award for her in her absence. And so that was a great honor, and it was a really great event. And NACA, if you're unaware, is Native Americans for Community Action, and it was their 50th anniversary event. So it was an exciting event. We also had the Fiesta Independencia event at the Market of Dreams, not this Sunday, but the previous Sunday. And the deputy consul came up to do the grito, which is tradition on the Independence Day for Mexico. They come up and do basically the yell, like call to arms for independence. And so we had the opportunity to participate that with the deputy consul who came up from Phoenix. That same week, I also had the opportunity to participate in the Justice 2040 conference with Supervisor Begay, and that was really good. My focus was in services, and in particular integrating mental health services. And so, making a connection back to the ARP presentation that we just saw, seeing that there's money in there for some of that mental health integration is in the criminal justice system is really important. And I'm really pleased to see that we're going to be contributing to that effort. Let's see, I was able to do the CPWAC Pairing Ranch field trip, and that was really cool to see how water conservation is done, and how ranching and windmills merge, because they had windmills out on the ranch. And so it was a really interesting time, and I appreciated that opportunity to be out on the land that way. We've had a couple museum coalition meetings with the community talking about, just how are we going to continue to support them. The community's just asking questions about, what's the plan moving forward now that we've had these flood effects, and it's been 6-7 weeks since the last flood. What are our plans? And so just working with the City of Flagstaff to really find out how we can collaborate and help support folks in the community. We had our Donny Park Fernwood Timberline Area Plan open house last Tuesday, right after the meeting. Supervisor Begay and I were able to attend, since it was a joint area plan, and there were over 200 people that attended, and there was lots of feedback, and it was a great chance to be able to talk to people in person about what the plan is for, why it's important, why their feedback was important. And there's still the opportunity to provide feedback. If you go to the county website, you should be able to access the Donny Park Fernwood area plan and provide feedback. The window's still open. So if you have any comments to add to it, please do so. We would like to receive as many comments as possible, as much feedback as possible, to make this plan reflect the needs of the community as much as possible. And then let's see. The CSA Legislative Summit in Prescott was pretty cool. It was a great experience meeting other supervisors from other parts of the state, and really talking to them about different issues that we both deal with, such as flood mitigation and whatnot. It was also nice to be able to be around my colleagues, because since we don't do board meetings in person right now, this was one of the few chances that we've actually had the opportunity to be around each other for an extended period of time. So I really appreciated that time. And then finally, I just wanted to give an update on the mural. We are almost done. It's almost ready. And so that piece of the celebration for Sawmill Park is almost to completion. So it's really exciting. You get a chance and can go by the park, I definitely recommend you check out the artwork that's on display. So thank you. That would be my report.
All right. And just to note, as Supervisor Vasquez was saying, for input, that's the opportunity for the community. It'll still go through community development hearings and then come to the Board of Supervisors for hearings as well. So opportunity for the community. Really good good information, Supervisor Vasquez. Next, District 4, Supervisor Begay. Judy.
Okay, I had a chance to with a coal mine chapter. They had a Navajo Power uranium finding meeting, and through that, they're looking at land on northeast of the Painted Desert, doing solar power. And right now, they are getting their biological clearances. Then also, they're all starting their environmental reviews for that area, and also they're doing some assessments to get to BIA to get the right of way so they can go ahead and do that completion of the solar power activities. And then they come to find out in that area that reclamation has not been completed yet. So that's studies are being done, and they're still at the premature stage right now, but they're trying to find a location to put. Navajo Power is trying to settle in over there and put up some solar panels up in that area, which is just northeast of passing the bridge in Cameron, and that's Coal Mine Mesa. So they're talking. There's a big a lot of information that was shared, and they're moving forward with that particular area now. I had a chance to go to the Blue Ridge Fire District on September 18th, and through that, I just gave them an update about what's going on as far as our office is concerned, and I did tell them I was going to meet them at least on a quarterly basis and ensure that their voices are being heard, and that there's also there has been heavy rains and flooding and fires and a lot of stuff that's going on, throughout the county. So the COVID numbers are still on the rise, and take precautionary, just a report that, we often do. So of what our county is doing here. So that we will be going down there again in a couple months, but I would like to go there. But Mormon Lake has postponed their Mormon Lake has scheduled a meeting, and this is coming again up next week. And what they're doing another invitation for us to go down there. So we're trying to give them a little report again, and we're getting that ready right now. There's a little community just south of the Babbitt Ranch and in the area. And what they're trying to do is they want their roads to be maintained, and they're really pushing for that through the Cameron chapter, and also to ensure that that their roads are passable. And I'm not sure what happened again now, but it seems like the rains were really heavy in that area again today, where there's a lot of elderly people that live back there, and people that need to get to the hospital and stuff like that. So they're very concerned about that. So the Western Navajo Agency Council, they reported that they had allocated $23 million for heavy equipment for all the chapters, and they purchased everything that they had put monies aside for using ARPA funds. So they did that, and then also they also reported that their roads is something that they really need help with, and they're asking the county to get involved. There were Thomas Walker, the council delegate, Michael Regan, who's the US EPA administrator. He's going to be meeting with the Navajo Nation and chapter officials to discuss the uranium site cleanup, and also they are working in another area, they're working on the VIA Transportation had mentioned that they're working on loop on N2 road, and also 6420 and 6430, where the county or the BIA's responsibilities are not being addressed. And then so that they were just talking about mainly about roads. And then also they were talking about the land over the chapter, the Western Navajo Agency and all the chapters requested the land be returned to the Navajo Nation. Then they were alluding to the Antelope Point Marina, and that was approved. So they'll be doing that. So that's what some the main topics that they were discussing. So I did drive 66 the loop road, and just to see 6730, 6720 road, and there's still a lot of repairs, even though they're passable. The roads still need to be cleaned up, and it's probably more so now that it rained again over this last night. And I did have a chance to go and to the Donny Park Fernwood area plan meeting, and and then there was a lot of comments that people had made, and that they were some were in agreement, some were in disagreement, but there was a lot of concerns that people brought up in that area. But they overall they were very pleased with a lot of planning that took place. But they were concerned about the mass mailing that didn't get to all the people that actually voted there and lived there, and then also the fire stations. They may be rotating, which is going to cause some families to have fire stations at a distance, and they're concerned about if fire happens, then what do they do? Also, flooding in the area. There should be talk about redirecting of flows to ensure that there's no flooding going on in the area. And then they're and then they're talking about as the new zip code for one area, which is going to be because apparently they order things, and then when it comes through, they're being charged at a high tax rate and stuff like that. So, and then also the CSA summit. I really think that the off highway vehicle. I think that was something that's I've been saying that it's something that we all have to deal with, and that we have to try to get involved with, as far as overall county and different partners, and to address that, because it's a county issue, it's a state issue, and other states nearby, things like that. So I just wanted to say that there's a lot of issues that are coming to our office right now. And mainly it's really about roads. And then also they're asking about the redistricting efforts, and I just let them know what's going on with that. So that's I'm not going to elaborate on the other places that I went with Geronimo, to attend some meetings, because he kind of covered most of those. So I'm just kind of looking for stuff that that he didn't mention. So. And also Diablo Trust, we mentioned that this morning with Patrice, the recreation committee that really wants to get involved with the off highway vehicles. So that's about it. Yeah, I don't want to reiterate what others have brought up. So thank you very much.
Is that all? Oh my gosh. Quite a bit, huh? All right. So really comprehensive. Next, we have Vice Chair Fowler in District 5.
I think I'm here. Here I am. Okay, so thank you. Well, this week, I've been updating you all about the wave, and what we'll have to do again is a number of us to, I guess it'll be next year or sometime when we're able to hike to the wave again. so that you all know what we're talking about. The wave is it's right along the Arizona Strip. It's in part of it is in Utah, which is the King County, and the Arizona side. The wave is actually in Arizona. So we have another meeting that's coming up. The BLM has proposed, and I believe I told you this before, but to use geofence maps and to be able to allow people to get the next day lottery ticket if they're within a certain geographical area. It's been said like maybe 100, 200-mile radius, in time to get there, setting up some kiosks. And so we've been having meetings on this, and it's been kind of interesting, and we're going to have another meeting that's coming up. We're still talking about how that's going to be set up, how the walk-in will be, where the kiosk will be, and who pays for the kiosk. It's just up to this point, all of the walk-in and all the lottery tickets have been had to be picked up in Kanab, Utah. Even though the BLM lands are in Arizona, the offices are in Utah, which is pretty interesting. So that's something that's coming up, and on Friday I'll be going out there again to have that meeting. Of course, you all heard about the Salt Lake. We have our Economic Mobility Leadership Network that's going to meet there, as well as the Rural Counties Caucus, and I'm members of both of those. And so it's always really interesting, and really that's where a lot of ideas come back and we implement them out here. I just want to announce again on October 14th, the Tuba City at the Legacy Inn, because our partner, the Navajo Nation Court, is still closed. So we end up having it at the Monkopi Legacy Inn. The Flagstaff Justice Court and the City Court, they'll be holding their meetings. I really want to thank the judges and their staff for going out and meeting the people where they are. Many of these individuals are really afraid that they're going to get arrested if they show up. So we always say in our flyers, you will not be arrested. Instead, what we will do is quash your warrant if there's a warrant out, and really help. Hi, Puppy. Puppy wants to join the board meeting. So cute. These individuals, really, they get their license back and they get their lives back together. It is so important. And a lot of individuals they tie themselves up in these legal knots, and we try to undo them, and it's really been helpful. So just want to thank the courts for always working with us and trying to reach out into the communities. And then we have this is another project that's been long. This project was completed some time back last year, the Grand View Outlook dedication. We're going to finally have a dedication Friday, October 22nd. This is a little park that is that we participated in. It has a 360 view, and it's just south of the city there, right on the rim, or the north, I guess, north side. And if you ever get a chance and you're in Page, go on over there. And the thing, we stepped in a little late there because they're already working on it. We came in, they asked us for help, and the county, even our Parks and Recreation department, kudos to them. They participated in this, and it has a Navajo theme to it. And it's really neat the way that it's all planned out, thought out, and it's really turned out really nice. So I want to thank the city of Page and just basically the citizens out there for really coming together and putting this really nice little park. And then, of course, the rim trail is right there as well. So it's the Canyon Club. page that has really put this together, and the Friends of Lake Powell as well. Friends of Lake Powell has merged with the Glen Canyon Conservancy. So it's a huge partnership that is there, and it's been really great, always great to work with them. Of course, you know, we continue to work on the middle mile of the broadband and just anything that has to do with internet and trying to provide that. And then providing education as well. We are, I'll be in Farmington to do a presentation on broadband. So that'll be coming up. We're continue to have our discussions on taxes. That tax season's going to be kicking in, and we want to make sure that we are prepared. I want to thank our staff. I want to thank Steve. Anything that we're doing, you know, we just don't do it on our own. We have our staff. We have Steve and the county staff that are all right there. So, you know, anything that we're doing, it is really great to work with all the individuals from the county to be able to really help think this out and actually implement it. These are projects that really help the community, and those are the projects that we can work on. And these projects too, when we introduce it, you know, we have to weigh to see, is it something that we can really do as a county? Is it really going to benefit the community? Do we have the resources? Do we have the staff to be able to do it? Can we handle it? How do we do this? You know, there's a lot of discussion that takes place. So sometimes it takes years for it to actually happen just because of that, because of the limited staff. So I just want to thank our staff, our wonderful staff, and a lot of the staff too that have helped us through these years and bringing these forward and has helped happen. They've left, but they have left a mark here, and it is very positive for our community. So I just want to thank our staff and also community members. These projects cannot be done without them. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Lena. Just a quick update on my district, my schedule. Came back from being away, walked right into the board meeting just about. We had a lot of big decisions last week, which were really good. You know, moving forward with the ARPA, the redistricting, et cetera. Really love, you know, the board just being on top of everything. It's been really good. Into CSA, working, trying to coordinate that at multiple levels, and that worked really well. And I reciprocate the same experience that I've had, you know, noting that it was just really good to be there in person, working with everybody. We have a really special group here, and I think just enhance when we have that opportunity. And then go into the weekend. I'm still dealing with the voucher piece. Normally we do community cleanups, but because Willard Springs is open a little bit longer, I go around and help some people in need. There are several properties that they need landscaping done. So that's been my past couple of weekends before leaving, and now trying to beat the date before Willard Springs closes at the end of this month. I believe it's somewhere around Halloween that'll close, and we're always encouraging people, make sure you clean up your properties. We have a place where you can dispose of your green waste. We want to reduce the fire danger out there. So just a reminder associated with that. So it's been busy. Monday had an opportunity to go down to Sedona, talk a little bit about Oak Creek Canyon traffic, as well as Sedona, just with the, oh gosh, I'm trying to think of the name of her group. I'm having a brain meltdown right now. Traffic Matters. Oh boy, Marcy would give me trouble if I didn't remember that. So we're thinking of you if you're out there, Marcy, and it is looking at the next steps. There have been a lot of things that have happened. ADOT's done a corridor study and made changes with reducing on-site parking, but that continues to be a problem. People just bubble to the next area. And, it's unsafe. They're walking out in the middle of a high-speed state highway. They could have a stroller and a couple people across with picnic coolers, et cetera, on the roadways. So continues to be a challenge. And it is throughout the whole area. It's a regional impact. If you go to any of the trailheads, Soldiers Pass, Sedona is initiating a shuttle system and looking to close the parking at Soldiers Pass. So continue to work on those issues. But we're able to just catch up, and they want to do a capacity study, but in what way and where and how to do it, and what type of direction would be sought. I think we need to vet those conversations a little bit more, but a lot of the discussion around that. In Mountain Dale, it's been construction season, just wonderful improvements that are happening. They're trying to do a dance to try and put the hardtop, the paving on around the weather, and making sure they might be able to do it before it gets too cold here, but can't do it during the rain either. And so for the community, they've been very patient as constructions happen, but really special. Similar idea, Coconino Trail, handling drainage system. It's all in the long-term planning, and then also our attempt to address the package that Lucinda brought forward of opportunities to create economic chances for our industry out there while we can work on our 10-year plan as she brought forward. So that continues to be worked on. Belmont Roundabout is almost done, and of course, with roundabouts, it's seen its share of criticism. They always do. I went there when we were working on the 179 in Sedona. Oh my gosh, that was a multi-year process where when they had a community input session, there were 700 people showing up in a day to give input associated with it, and we had 13 roundabouts, and each roundabout was criticized, and it took about a month or two after construction, not during construction, after construction, that they won't be perfect, but people could also see the benefit of what was happening. And construction's not done, although people want it to function really well. And I say to the community, just be patient, give it time. We're not having the queuing back on the bridge that we have with the trucks. Roundabout, couple obstacles. We know we need to work on signage, but that's coming, and staff's been working on it. So they're real close on finishing that up. Now the big one for all you guys there, I just want to note that I may lose Gregory soon. He's looking at a potential position internally, and if provided that opportunity and agreements there, again, I've had another assistant that has grown to be somebody special that grows within the organization, and so we'll have time. There will be a transition that'll occur if he accepts the position, if that's successful on it. But just a heads up, I might have a little bit of hiccups and might need a little additional support out there as a transition. But just like Lindsay, I'm going to cry. I'm going to lose Gregory. Really special guy that y'all have had a chance to work with, and no, it's not Lena. She keeps trying to take him back from me, just knowing that. But very, great opportunity. We see our folks, we provide them an opportunity, we help them grow, and it's a great opportunity, I think. So we'll watch and see, and we'll, when it's time, we'll make an announcement if that happens. Okay. And so from the chairman perspective, Steve's got things rolling along. You can see Trey's doing things really well. I think as a board, you're given input at each step of the way. And that's the key piece, how is staff reaching out to you to lead into what we're doing next? Redistricting's an example of it, but it's not the only thing. Keeping that communication so that you have the opportunity to have the input, that's working really well. And we still have big issues that we're working our way through. For that, similar to noted by everybody, we have an awesome staff working really hard to try and make things happen. And ultimately, it's for the sake of the community. How do we, as best as possible, we can't do everything, but try and deliver the services in the best way we can. So for the sake of the board, you're all working nonstop. I compliment you on what you've been doing with that. I don't have anything further on the chair's report. I did see Trey bubble up. Did you have something, Trey? I catch him while he's walking away from his computer. Did you want anything? No follow up. Okay, Steve. Any follow up on that?
Well, just Mr. Chair, very quickly, one of the things that we're working on is getting you all together again. We've not been able to pull the group together downstairs because we're doing an upgrade on the technology. All the equipment has been ordered for upgrades to the boardroom downstairs. I know that our clerk Lindsay and Deputy County Manager Sue Brown have also been looking at and visiting, I think, City Flagstaff to see how their hybrid system works. So again, our goal is to get you all back together again downstairs, in-person meetings. But again, we're looking at November for technology arrival. So again, it's on its way. So thank you.
All right, and actually, just a note, when we're together, look at how well we gelled working on CSA. We got to get back to these in-person meetings. So I appreciate that, Steve, that you're pushing forward. Love to continue to have that opportunity with all of you out there. So at this point, we're a little bit over, but the next item is we're scheduled for executive session. But as you can see, we have no business after executive session. So we will conclude the public portion of the meeting today. We'll go into executive session. It's an update from our attorney. We won't be coming out with any actions associated with it. It's an update that we'll be receiving on that. Rose, is there anything else I need to clarify with that? I catch Rose off guard here. Where did he? Oh, there she is. Oh, and you have your hand raised too. Look at that. There, your mute's off. Go ahead, Rose.
There you go. Thank you. There's nothing to add. I was just trying to get off mute and get on as a panelist. But no, I don't have anything to add. I think you've summed everything up.
Okay, so with that, just to read it out so people understand what we're doing, we're going into item 25. It's consultation with attorneys for the board to obtain legal advice regarding formation of the Blue Ridge Domestic Water Improvement District pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3. The board may vote to enter executive session for this item. And so I need a motion by a board member to do so. Supervisor Horstman, Patrice.
So move that we move into executive session for advice from legal counsel.
All right. I have a motion by Patrice, and I think that was Judy with the second. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. A second by Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
And then for the sake of the board and for everybody, at this point, we're concluding the public portion of the meeting. We will be leaving this Zoom, and for the board, we need to hop into the Teams meeting independently and make sure you turn your Zoom off. Thank you. First, I have to figure out where leave is. There it is.